long winter night. The coffee stays warm. The windows stay fogged from the heater air. And the world beyond the glass slowly begins growing distant. Tonight, the road can wait a while. The snow can keep falling softly outside. And the quiet warmth beside Route 9 can carry gently through the night. Road lines stretch quietly through the dark fields outside Millhaven. Headlights move across the pavement in long, steady bands of pale light. Cold air settles low over the open land on both sides of the highway. Dashboard light glows softly across the truck interior. One hand rests near the wheel. A paper coffee cup sits beside the gear shift. Warmth still lingers through the cardboard sleeve. Coffee always seems hotter during long nighttime drives, especially along roads that stay empty for miles at a time. Route 9 continues ahead through the darkness. Tall utility poles follow the roadside at slow, even distances. Their shadows drift briefly across the hood whenever headlights pass beneath them. Then darkness settles gently over the pavement again. Fields near the fences stay hidden, except for the closest patches of winter grass. Wire fencing catches little flashes of light now and then disappears quietly behind the truck. Heater air moves softly through the vents near the dashboard. Warm air gathers around the steering wheel first, then reaches slowly across the cab. Jacket sleeves still carry a little cold from the last gas station stop. Winter air settles into heavy fabric quickly at night, especially out here, where open land stretches far beyond the road. A faded road sign appears near the shoulder. White paint reflects softly for a few seconds, then slips away into darkness behind the truck again. Small towns along Route 9 always seem farther apart after midnight. Roadside buildings grow quieter. Porch lights look softer. Even gas stations feel slower during these hours. Far ahead, a cluster of yellow lights rests near a bend in the highway, not bright enough to interrupt the night, only enough to remind travelers that something is still open, something still awake out here. Late-night roads feel different when one small place keeps its lights on. Tires roll gently across an older patch of pavement. Sound changes for a moment beneath the truck, then smooth road returns again. You start noticing little differences in the highway during long drives like this. Fresh asphalt sounds softer. Older sections hum a little more beneath the tires. Road becomes familiar after enough miles. A freight truck passes in the opposite lane. Headlights wash briefly across the windshield. Chrome along the side catches pale silver light. Then the sound fades gradually into the cold distance behind. Open highways carry sound farther during winter nights. Dark fields continue beside the road. Flat land stretches quietly beyond old fence posts. Small groups of trees stand farther back near empty farm roads. Their branches move lightly in the colder air. You cannot always see the movement clearly from the highway. Sometimes you notice it through shifting shadows. Near the roadside instead, the truck heater clicks softly beneath the dashboard. Warm air continues drifting through the cab. One sleeve brushes lightly against the coffee cup while the road curves west. Steam no longer rises from the lid, though the drink still feels warm enough in the hand. Late-night coffee does not need to be perfect. Warmth matters more than flavor during long winter drives. Another sign appears beside the shoulder. Millhaven 12 MILES letters glow briefly in the headlights, then fade behind the truck again. Road signs always seem quieter at night. Maybe because fewer people are out here to notice them. Or maybe nighttime simply stretches small moments longer than daylight does. A narrow side road passes along the right side of the highway. Snow rests lightly near the edge of the gravel entrance. Tire tracks cut through part of the frost. Someone must have driven through recently. Though no house can be seen from the road, only darkness beyond the fence line. Some homes sit far back from highways like this, especially older farmhouses. The steering wheel feels warm now. Heat from the cab slowly settles into stiff hands. Outside air remains dark and cold beyond the glass. Small patches of frost gather near the lower corners of the windshield. Defroster air keeps the center clear. Soft mechanical hum fills the quiet space beneath the engine noise. Farther ahead, the yellow roadside lights grow a little larger. Still distant, though easier to recognize now. A diner sign stands near the highway bend. Red letters glow softly against the dark sky. One section of the sign flickers every few seconds. The last stop diner open all an age, she'd words drift past slowly in the distance, comforting in a simple, ordinary way. Places that stay open overnight always feel different from daytime businesses, more patient somehow. Less hurried, a row of older pine trees lines part of the road near the diner entrance. Dark branches sway gently above the snow-covered ditch. Light from the parking lot reaches faintly through the lower branches. You can already imagine the warmth waiting inside. The road curves slightly left. Tires hum softly across the bend. Painted center lines slide steadily beneath the headlights. Another truck rests far ahead near the shoulder. Amber hazard lights blink slowly beside a delivery trailer. Bright for a moment, then dark again. Night driving has its own rhythm. Small lights appear, fade, and disappear quietly behind you. Road signs, porch lamps, gas stations, old motel windows. Everything feels spaced farther apart during these hours. A thin layer of snow rests across the open fields now. Moonlight reaches faintly across parts of the frozen ground. Fence posts cast narrow shadows beside the highway. Cold air keeps the land still and clear. Winter nights often feel larger out here. Sky stretches wider above empty roads. Even distant lights seem smaller beneath it. Inside the truck, warm air continues moving steadily through the vents. Dashboard glow stays soft against the windshield. A receipt shifts lightly near the cup holder whenever the heater fan changes speed. Tiny sounds become easier to notice during long, quiet drives, especially when the road stays calm for miles at a time. Another vehicle appears briefly in the rearview mirror. Headlights remain far back along the highway. never getting much closer. Most drivers keep steady distance this late at night. Nobody seems in much hurry out here. Road feels shared rather than crowded. The diner sign grows clearer now. Yellow window light spreads across part of the parking lot. Several pickup trucks sit near the building. Snow gathers lightly along the edges of the pavement. A delivery van rests near the far side of the lot beneath one of the lamps. Soft yellow light reflects against the icy ground below it. Warm places stand out differently during winter nights, especially after long miles of dark road. You notice windows first, then the glow around the doors, then little details near the building. Steam near a vent pipe, light above the entrance, shadows moving softly behind the glass. A small bell-shaped light hangs above the diner doorway. Paint near the frame looks weathered beneath the glow. One corner of the parking sign leans slightly toward the road. Snow piles rest along the curb near the entrance. Older diners always seem to collect winter around their edges like that. The truck slows gently near the turnoff. Gravel crunches softly beneath the tires as the vehicle leaves the highway. Headlights sweep slowly across the parking lot. Yellow lines appear beneath thin patches of frost. A few empty spaces sit near the windows. Closer spaces remain occupied by overnight travelers. Engine sound lowers into a softer idle. Warm air still moves quietly through the vents, beyond the windshield. Light from the diner windows reaches calmly into the winter night. Inside somewhere, coffee is probably still warm. Somebody is likely wiping down counters. A clock is probably ticking softly above the kitchen doorway. Small, ordinary things continue through the night in places like this. And out here along Route 9, that kind of steadiness always feels good to find. Engine hum settles into a lower, softer sound beneath the truck hood. Warm air still moves quietly through the vents outside the windshield. Yellow parking lot lamps spread pale, circles across the icy pavement. Light reflects softly through thin patches of frost near the painted lines. Snow gathers along the edges of the curb near the diner entrance. Tire marks cut dark paths through the lighter patches of winter dusting. Old pavement always shows more texture beneath overhead lamps at night. Cracks near the parking spaces look darker against the faded concrete. The truck rolls slowly farther into the lot. Gravel trapped beneath the tires clicks lightly against the wheel wells. One lamp near the far corner flickers every so often. Brightness fades for half a second, then returns again. Yellow light rests across the hood of the truck now, soft enough to keep the night feeling calm, bright enough to warm the edges of things a little. Diners along old highways often use lights like these. Not modern white lights, not harsh blue light either. Just quiet yellow lamps hanging over winter pavement. A pickup truck sits near the front entrance beneath one of the brighter fixtures. Thin ice gathers along the corners of the windshield. Chrome near the bumper catches pale reflections from the diner windows. Another vehicle rests farther back near the snowbank beside the road, its windows stay dark. Though heat still rises faintly from the exhaust pipe, parking lots feel different after midnight, more patient somehow. People step slower during these hours. Doors close softer. Even engines seem quieter before dawn. The truck stops near the middle row, facing the diner windows. Headlights wash briefly across the building. Large front windows glow softly against the cold darkness beyond the lot. You can see parts of the counter from here. Coffee machines near the back wall. A row of hanging lamps above the booths. Movement passes quietly through the kitchen area now and then. Wind moves lightly across the open pavement. Loose snow drifts gently along the curb near the entrance. Dry winter air carries faint highway sound from Route 9 beyond the lot. Trucks pass somewhere farther down the road. Low engine noise fades slowly through the cold distance. Inside the cab, heater air stills warmer on tired hands. Dashboard glow reflects faintly against the side window. A receipt near the cup holder shifts softly whenever the vent air changes direction. Little sounds stand out more after long nighttime drives, especially when the mind finally begins slowing down a little. One of the diner windows fogs slightly near the lower corner. Warmth from inside presses softly against the winter glass. Light spreads outward across the parking lot beneath the window frames. Older buildings always seem warmer around the edges during cold nights. Heat settles differently in places that stay open until morning. Small metal ashtray stands near the walkway beside the entrance. Paint along the sides looks weathered from years of winter air. Thin salt marks rest near the bottom edge of the diner windows. Snow boots must have carried melted slush across the floor all evening. Roadside diners collect winter slowly like that, farther beyond the parking lot. Route 9 continues quietly through the darkness. Road signs catch little flashes of distant headlights every so often. Telephone poles stretch beside the highway in long, steady lines. Their shadows fade into the open fields beyond the road. The truck engine finally turns off. Sound disappears gently from inside the cab. For a moment, only heater ticking remains beneath the dashboard. Metal cools slowly after long highway miles. Older trucks always make small settling sounds after shutting down. Cold air waits outside the door now. You can almost feel it through the glass. Winter nights hold a different kind of quiet in open places like this. Not empty quiet, more like space stretching calmly across the land. A pair of headlights appears briefly along Route 9. White light glides past the far edge of the parking lot, then fades behind the trees near the curve in the highway. Road never fully sleeps out here. Even during the coldest hours before morning, boots touch lightly against the pavement after the truck door opens. Cold air reaches in immediately, sharp at first, though cleaner somehow after hours inside warm heater air. Breath drifts pale beneath the yellow parking lights, then disappears quietly into the night. The diner windows glow brighter from outside the truck now. Warm yellow light spills softly across the sidewalk near the entrance. You can see reflections moving faintly across the glass. Coffee cups, counter stools, a napkin holder near the register. Simple, familiar things. One overhead lamp buzzes softly near the front corner of the building. Not loud enough to disturb the quiet, just part of the nighttime rhythm around older places like this. Every roadside diner seems to carry its own small collection of familiar sounds. Refrigerator hum, kitchen fans, coffee pouring somewhere behind the counter. Ice shifting lightly inside metal bins. A faded menu poster hangs beside the front door. Corners curl slightly from years of changing weather. Pictures near the bottom have grown pale beneath the porch light. Late-night breakfast dishes still cover most of the sign. Coffee served all night. Hot sandwiches. Soup after midnight. Warm food always sounds better during winter nights. Snow crunches softly beneath each step toward the entrance. Thin patches of ice rest near the curb beneath the lamps. Yellow lines across the parking spaces look older up close. Paint has worn thin in places from years of tires and winter salt. Roadside businesses carry time differently than newer places do. Nothing feels rushed here. Farther across the lot, a delivery van sits quietly beneath another light pole. Rear doors remain closed, though one tire rests slightly against the curb near the snowbank. Tiny details stand out more during calm nights. Mind notices ordinary things more gently when roads finally grow quiet. A soft gust of colder air moves across the lot. Loose snow shifts near the edge of the sidewalk. Light from the diner doorway stretches across the pavement in a long, narrow shape. Warmth reaches outward through the opening each time someone enters or leaves. A man in a heavy brown coat steps slowly out through the front door now. One hand holds a paper cup near his chest. Steam rises faintly beneath the yellow light. Door closes softly behind him. Bell above the entrance gives a quiet metal sound. Then stillness settles gently over the parking lot again. Inside the diner windows, counter lights glow warmly against the darker kitchen area behind them. You can see fresh coffee resting beneath the warmer near the back wall. One waitress moves slowly between the booths carrying folded towels. Another figure stands near the grill farther inside the kitchen. Ordinary overnight routines continue quietly beneath the soft lights. The front door handle feels cold at first touch. Metal gathers winter air quickly during nights like this. Warm light spills wider across the sidewalk once the door begins opening. Coffee smell reaches outward almost immediately. Along with warmer air from inside the diner, cold highway air remains behind in the parking lot. Yellow lamps continue glowing steadily across the old pavement. Snow rests quietly near the edges of the curb, and somewhere beyond the dark roadside fields, Route 9 carries on through the winter night. Warm air settles softly across the diner entrance once the door closes behind the cold night outside. Coffee smell drifts through the room almost immediately. Fresh coffee, toast near the grill. A little warmth from the soup station farther down the counter, yellow. Hanging lamps spread soft light across the booths near the windows. Older glass reflects small pieces of the diner back into itself. Counter stools, napkin holders, steam lifting from coffee cups. Everything looks gentler beneath warm, nighttime lighting. The floor near the entrance still carries faint moisture from melted snow. Boot prints fade slowly across the older tile. Winter nights always leave small traces near diner doorways. Salt along the edges of boots, cold air around heavy jackets. Wet pavement smell following travelers inside for a few minutes. A waitress moves quietly near the counter, carrying folded towels against one arm. Soft rubber saws barely make sound against the floor. Late-night diners always seem calmer once the evening rush disappears. People talk lower, move slower. Even coffee pours more quietly after midnight. The back booths near the windows stay partly empty tonight. One small table near the far corner holds a truck driver reading beside a coffee mug. Another booth closer to the kitchen remains empty beneath one of the hanging lamps. Yellow light rests softly across the tabletop there. Window glass beside the booth looks dark against the winter night outside. The booth seat feels warm near the wall. Heat gathers more heavily near the windows, where the old heater runs beneath the sill. Coat fabric settles softly against the vinyl seat. Cold from outside slowly fades from tired hands. You notice warmth differently after long winter roads. Coffee cups clink lightly somewhere near the counter. Low conversation drifts through the diner now and then. Nothing loud enough to pull attention. Only soft human sound moving quietly through warm air. Rain begins lightly against the back windows. Small drops touch the glass in scattered patterns at first. Thin lines of water slide slowly downward beneath the yellow reflections inside. Winter rain sounds softer at night, especially against older diner windows. The waitress arrives carrying a fresh coffee pot. Steam rises faintly beneath the hanging lamp above the booth. Light catches gently along the glass. Coffee pours slowly into the thick white mug resting near the napkin holder. Warm smell spreads upward almost immediately. Hands settle around the mug for a moment. Heat moves slowly into cold fingers. Road air stays inside the body longer during winter drives. Warm coffee helps with that, especially in places that still feel steady after midnight. Outside the windows, rain continues lightly across the parking lot. Yellow lamps reflect against the wet pavement now. Thin water lines gather near the curb beside the snow piles. A delivery van remains parked beneath the far light pole. Its roof shines softly beneath the rain. Somewhere near the kitchen, silverware shifts lightly into a tray. One cook speaks quietly behind the grill. Vent fans hum steadily above the warmer air near the ceiling. Every diner carries its own nighttime rhythm. Coffee pouring, plates settling, doors opening softly. Heat moving through old vents. The booth near the back window stays calmer than the front counter area. Less movement reaches this part of the diner. only soft reflections passing across the glass now and then. Rainwater bends the outside lights slightly along the window surface. Everything beyond the glass feels farther away now. A truck passes slowly along Route 9 outside. White headlights drift across the wet parking lot, then fade quietly beyond the far roadside trees. Tire sound carries softly through the rain for a few seconds longer, then disappears into the night again. Warmth from the coffee mug settles deeper into the hands now. Steam rises more slowly than before. Small circles of moisture gather beneath the cup on the table surface. The laminated tabletop reflects part of the hanging light above the booth. Old diners always seem to hold light differently at night, softer somehow. More patient, rain taps steadily against the back windows. Not heavy rain, only enough to soften the parking lot reflections. Water slides down the glass beside the booth in thin, uneven trails. Yellow light stretches gently through each moving line. The truck driver near the corner booth turns one page quietly beneath the lamp. Coffee cup remains near one elbow. Heavy winter coat hangs beside the booth against the wall. Travelers settle into roadside diners differently during overnight hours. Nobody seems rushed here. A clock above the pie case moves softly near the front counter. Second hand shifts one small step at a time beneath the warm lights. Time always feels slower inside places like this, especially while cold weather stays outside the windows. The waitress returns briefly with extra cream cups for another table. Small plates touch together softly near the counter. One customer near the entrance pulls gloves slowly from tired hands. Snowmelt darkens the floor beneath the coat rack beside the door. Rain continues falling beyond the glass. Steady now, though still gentle enough to keep the night feeling calm. Parking lot lights glow wider across the wet pavement outside. Their reflections stretch longer near the curb, beside the snowbanks. Coffee, warmth settles gradually through the chest. Road noise fades farther into the background. Body begins noticing smaller things instead. Warm booth cushions, soft heater air beneath the window. Low kitchen sounds drifting through the diner. The heater beneath the sill clicks lightly every so often. Warm air rises slowly beside the booth wall. Window glass near the lower edge stays slightly fogged from the temperature difference. One clear section near the middle still shows the parking lot beyond the rain. A pickup truck sits quietly near the entrance beneath the yellow lamps. Water gathers along the hood in thin reflective lines. Steam rises faintly near the exhaust pipe. Somebody inside the diner probably plans to drive farther before morning. Long roads continue through the night no matter the weather. The coffee tastes stronger after sitting a few minutes. Heat settles into the mug more evenly. Diners along highways always serve coffee a little hotter during winter nights. Maybe workers know travelers need warmth more than anything else after midnight. One of the hanging lights buzzes softly overhead. Not loud enough to disturb the room, only part of the steady overnight atmosphere. Little mechanical sounds become comforting after enough quiet highway miles. Near the front entrance, the bell above the door gives another soft metal sound. Cold air enters briefly with a new customer. Then warmth settles back across the diner once the door closes again. Rainwater moves steadily down the back windows now. Outside lights blur softly through the glass. Road beyond the parking lot looks darker than before, though Route 9 still carries the occasional pair of headlights through the winter night. The booth remains warm near the wall. Coffee steam rises lightly into the yellow light above the table. Kitchen sounds drift gently through the diner air. And somewhere beyond the rain-covered windows, the long highway continues quietly through the dark fields outside. Millhaven. Rain continues softly against the diner windows. Water trails move slowly through the yellow reflections outside. Parking lot lamps stretch across the wet pavement beyond the glass. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeper into the quieter overnight hours. Kitchen light glows softly behind the counter area. Steam drifts upward near the grill, beneath the hanging vents. Everything moves with a slower rhythm now. Somewhere behind the coffee machines, a ceramic cup touches lightly against another. Small sound carries gently through the warm diner air. Not sharp, not sudden. Only part of the steady overnight routine that fills places like this after midnight. The booth near the back window stays warm beneath the hanging lamp. Coffee still rests near the edge of the table. Steam rises more slowly now, though the mug remains warm against the hands. Winter nights make simple warmth feel more noticeable. Behind the counter, one cook wipes down part of the grill with slow, practiced movement. Metal scrapes softly beneath the kitchen lights. A waitress folds clean towels beside the coffee station. Another stack of cups settles quietly into place near the register. Late-night diners always carry small repeating routines. Coffee brewing, plates drying, fresh towels stacked near the counter. Nothing hurried, nothing loud, only ordinary work continuing gently through the night. Rain taps steadily against the windows beside the booths. Yellow reflections bend softly through the moving water outside. The delivery van still rests beneath the far parking lot lamp. Its wet roof catches pale light beneath the drifting rain. Kitchen fans hum steadily near the ceiling. Warm air moves slowly toward the dining area. Heat gathers more heavily near the counter side of the room, especially close to the coffee machines and grill. Older diners never hold temperature evenly. Some booths stay warmer than others all night long. A spoon turns quietly inside a coffee cup near the front counter. Chair legs slide lightly against the tile floor. Low conversation rises for a moment near the entrance, then fades back into softer diner sound again. A cook reaches for another stack of white ceramic cups. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the warmer light. Roadside diners always seem to use heavier coffee cups, thick enough to hold warmth longer during winter nights. You can feel the difference immediately when lifting one from the table. the heater beneath. The back windows click softly again. Warm air drifts upward beside the booth wall. Rainwater continues sliding slowly down the glass outside. Small lines cross through the yellow parking lot reflections, then disappear near the lower edge of the window. Somewhere deeper in the kitchen, a refrigerator door opens briefly. Cooler white light spills across part of the floor, then closes again, leaving only the softer yellow diner lighting behind. One waitress carries a tray of clean plates toward the back shelves. Arms move carefully through the narrow space behind the counter. Late-night workers often move more quietly than daytime staff, maybe because tired travelers fill the booths. Or maybe nighttime naturally slows people down a little. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book for a moment. Hands settle around a coffee mug beneath the hanging light. Outside the windows, rain continues across the parking lot in calm, steady lines. Road beyond the diner stays dark, except for the occasional passing headlights. Kitchen sounds drift gently through the diner without pulling attention. A drawer closes softly. Water runs briefly somewhere near the sinks, then fades beneath the steady hum of the vent fans again. One cook steps toward the coffee station, carrying a fresh pot. Steam gathers faintly beneath the overhead lights. Warm coffee smell spreads through the diner once more. Fresh coffee always changes the feeling inside roadside diners, especially during the colder hours before morning. The back booths remain mostly quiet tonight. One older couple sits near the front window speaking softly over pie and coffee. Another traveler near the entrance studies a folded highway map beneath the hanging lamps. Nobody seems in much hurry to leave. Warmth stays steady inside the diner now. Cold weather outside only makes the yellow light feel softer, more protective somehow. Roadside places that remain open overnight often carry that feeling, like small islands of warmth along long winter highways. Cup settles carefully onto a saucer near the kitchen pass-through window. Silverware shifts softly into a metal tray. Cooked onions and coffee drift faintly together through the warmer air. Simple smells always feel stronger late at night. The rain outside becomes slightly heavier for a few minutes. Drops move faster across the windows. Parking lot reflections blur wider beneath the lamps. Then the rainfall softens again before long, returning to the same calm, steady rhythm against the glass. One overhead light near the pie case flickers gently once. Brightness lowers for a second, then steadies again. Older diners always seem to carry little imperfections like that. Nothing polished, nothing modern. Only familiar worn comfort it has settled into the building over many years. The waitress near the counter refills sugar containers one by one. Packets slide softly into the glass holders. Napkin dispensers catch pale reflections from the hanging lamps. A clock near the kitchen doorway moves quietly through another minute. The booth near the back window grows even warmer now. Heat from the vent beneath the sill settles slowly through the lower part of the seat. Rainwater gathers in larger drops outside the glass, then trails downward beside the blurred parking lot lights. A fresh truck pulls quietly into the lot beyond the windows. Headlights sweep gently across the wet pavement, then dim once the engine settles near the entrance. Tire sound fades beneath the steady rainfall. One of the cooks laughs softly at something near the grill. Brief warm sound rises through the kitchen area, then settles naturally back into the calm overnight atmosphere. Even quiet laughter feels softer after midnight. The coffee mug near the booth feels lighter now. Heat no longer rises as strongly from the top, though warmth still lingers through the thick ceramic sides. Roadside coffee cups always seem made for long conversations and slow winter nights. The bell above the front entrance gives another quiet sound. Cold air enters briefly from outside, along with the faint smell of wet pavement and winter rain. Then the door closes again. Warm diner air settles back into place. Beyond the windows, Route 9 continues carrying scattered headlights through the darkness. Rain moves softly across the parking lot lamps. Kitchen sounds drift steadily through the diner, and somewhere behind the counter, beneath the warmer yellow lights, another row of clean coffee cups settles quietly into place for the long night ahead. Rain settles into a softer rhythm against the diner windows now. Water slides slowly through the yellow reflections beyond the booths. Parking lot lamps glow calmly across the wet pavement outside. Inside the diner, warmth gathers steadily beneath the hanging lights. Kitchen sounds drift gently from behind the counter. Coffee smell still lingers through the room, mixed now with toast warmth and faint grill heat near the back wall. Above the pie case near the register, an old clock moves quietly through the deeper hours of night. Secondhand shifts one small step at a time beneath the yellow light. Tiny sound barely reaches beyond the counter area, though somehow the rhythm still becomes part of the room. Late-night diners always seem to carry their clocks differently. Time feels slower here, less demanding somehow. Nobody watches the minutes, too, closely after midnight. The pie case glass reflects part of the counter lights across the floor. Cherry pie rests on one shelf beneath the warmer bulb. Another pie near the back remains partly covered with clear wrap. Soft light bends gently through the curved glass edges. Older diner displays always glow warmly during winter nights. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down part of the counter again. Clean towel moves slowly beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee pots rest near the warmer behind her. Steam no longer rises as strongly from the nearest one, though heat still lingers around the metal handles. Rain taps softly across the back windows. Not heavy now, only enough to keep small trails moving on the glass. Outside the diner, Route 9 continues quietly through the dark open fields beyond the parking lot. The booth near the back wall remains warm beneath the window heater. Coffee cup rests beside the napkin holder. One hand stays loosely around the mug for a moment. Ceramic still carries a little warmth, especially near the lower half. The clock above the pie case moves into another minute. Hands shift carefully across the pale face. Light from the hanging lamps reflects softly against the glass covering. Small details become easier to notice during overnight hours like this, especially after long miles of quiet highway near the front entrance. A traveler in a dark winter coat stirs cream into a fresh cup of coffee. Spoon touches lightly against thick ceramic sides, then settles quietly onto the saucer. Every sound inside the diner feels softened by the warmer air. The heater beneath the windows gives another small click. Warm air rises slowly beside the booth wall. Rainwater continues sliding downward through blurred reflections outside. Yellow parking lot light stretches longer across the wet pavement now. Somewhere behind the kitchen doorway, plates shift gently into a drying rack. Water runs briefly through the sink area, then fades again beneath the hum of the vent fans overhead. The truck driver near the corner booth looks toward the rain-dark windows for a while. Book rests closed beside the coffee mug now. Long roads leave people quieter during these hours, especially once winter weather settles in around the highway. The clock continues moving softly above the pie case, minute hand drifting almost unnoticed from one mark to the next. Older clocks always seem calmer than digital ones. No glowing numbers, no sharp brightness, only slow movement beneath warm light. A soft gust of colder air enters when the front door opens briefly. Bell above the entrance gives a quiet metal sound. One customer leaves carrying a paper cup beneath a heavy coat. Rain follows him outside for a moment. Then the door closes gently again. Warm diner air settles back into place almost immediately. Coffee smell grows stronger near the counter once more. Fresh pot begins brewing behind the register. Steam rises faintly beneath the hanging lights. Outside the windows, rainwater gathers along the edges of the curb. Parking lot reflections ripple softly whenever drops strike the pavement. The delivery van beneath the far lamp still rests quietly near the snowbank. Time stretches differently inside roadside diners after midnight. Conversations shorten, movements slow. People stop checking clocks as often. Night simply continues around them. The waitress places clean forks into a container beside the register. Metal touches softly together beneath the warmer light. Napkin holders shine faintly beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee stains darken parts of the older counter surface near the stools. Years of overnight travelers have left, small traces throughout the diner. One stool near the end of the counter remains empty tonight. Jacket hooks beneath the counter cast narrow shadows against the tile floor. Warm light rests across the chrome edges near the footrail. Everything feels settled into place here. The clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand keeps its steady movement through the warm air. Not hurried, not slow. Only steady. Rain softens even more against the glass now. Tiny drops move gently downward beside the blurred yellow parking lot lamps. Beyond the diner lot, headlights appear briefly along Route 9. then disappear once the road bends past the dark roadside trees. Coffee warmth fades slightly near the top of the mug, though heat still lingers deeper inside the ceramic. Hands rest comfortably around it anyway. Warm cups feel good during long winter nights, even after the coffee cools a little. The cook near the grill stacks several clean plates beside the warmer. Porcelain edges touch softly together. Low kitchen light reflects along the metal counter behind him. One radio somewhere deeper in the kitchen plays faintly beneath the vent fans, too quiet to follow clearly. Only soft background sound drifting through the warmer air. The older couple near. The front booth speaks quietly over pie and coffee. Their conversation rises gently now and then settles back into the calm nighttime atmosphere again. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the warmth just yet. A fresh truck passes along Route 9 outside. Headlights move slowly across the wet parking lot. Yellow reflections stretch beneath the tires for a moment. Then darkness settles gently over the pavement once more. The clock above the pie case continues, its steady movement through the night. Hands drifting quietly beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee warmth remains near the booths. Rain still traces soft lines down the windows. And somewhere beyond the glowing diner lights, the long winter highway carries on through the sleeping dark. Fields outside Millhaven. Rain continues lightly beyond the diner windows. Water moves in slow, uneven lines beneath the yellow parking lot lamps. Soft reflections stretch across the wet pavement outside. Inside the diner, warmth remains steady beneath the hanging lights. Coffee smell drifts quietly through the booths. Kitchen sounds settle into a slower rhythm now, only the occasional cup touching a saucer, or silverware shifting softly near the sinks. Beyond the far edge of the parking lot, across Route 9, a truck stop glows beneath rows of taller white lamps. Light spreads across the wet concrete in wide pale circles. Fuel pumps stand quietly beneath the canopy. Several long trailers rest side by side in the overnight rows. From the diner booth near the back window, you can see parts of the truck stopped through the rain-dark glass. Headlights moving slowly between the pumps. Amber marker lights resting along trailer edges. Steam rising faintly from exhaust pipes into the cold air. Truck stops always feel different after midnight. Less hurried, more patient somehow. Drivers move slowly during these hours. Hands wrapped around coffee cups. Heavy coats pulled close against the cold. Engines idling quietly beneath the winter sky. One semi-truck sits near the outer fuel lane, with its engine still running. Low diesel hum drifts faintly across the wet road between the diner and truck stop. White vapor rises near the rear wheels, then disappears into the rain-cooled air. Another truck, farther back, rests near the overnight parking spaces. Cab lights glow dimly behind the windshield curtains. Some drivers sleep inside their trucks during long winter routes, especially along roads that stretch through small towns like Millhaven. Rain taps softly against the diner windows. Drops slide downward through reflections from the truck stoplights across the road. Everything outside feels softened by distance and weather now. Even larger vehicles seem calmer beneath steady rain. The clock above the pie case moves quietly into another minute. Coffee warmth still lingers through the thick ceramic mug. Hands remain near the cup without much movement. Body begins settling deeper into the warmth of the booth. A driver in a dark blue jacket crosses part of the truck stop lot carrying a paper bag. Boots move carefully across the wet pavement beneath the overhead lights. One hand keeps a cap pulled lower against the rain. Night workers often carry the same quiet pace after midnight. Not tired exactly, only steady farther near the diesel pumps. Fuel hoses sway lightly in the colder wind. Water gathers along the canopy edges before dripping steadily to the ground. Bright white lights reflect across the rain-covered concrete below. Inside the diner, one waitress refills sugar containers near the counter. Packets slide softly against the glass holders. Coffee machines hum steadily beneath the warmer yellow lights. Everything continues with the same calm overnight rhythm. A truck passes slowly along Route 9 between the diner and the truck stop. Headlights spread briefly across the wet road surface, then fade toward the darker stretch of highway beyond town. Sound lingers longer than the lights. Tires humming softly through the rain before disappearing into the distance again. The booth near the back. Window stays comfortably warm now. Heater air rises steadily beneath the sill. Window glass near the lower corners remains slightly fogged from the temperature difference. Only the middle section shows the truck stop clearly across the road. One older driver stands beside a silver trailer checking straps beneath the overhead lamps. Rain darkens the shoulders of his heavy coat. Amber side lights glow steadily along the trailer frame. Small details like those become strangely comforting during quiet nights, steady lights, ordinary work. People continuing familiar routines. The truck stop diner sign flickers softly near the road entrance. Part of one letter dims every few seconds, then brightens again. Older roadside signs always seem to carry little imperfections like that. Nothing polished. Only worn steady presence beside the highway. Rain softens briefly outside. Drops strike the pavement less frequently now, though water still glides along the curb edges beneath the lamps. Cold winter air keeps, everything shining slightly beneath the light. The truck driver near the corner booth opens his book again for a few minutes. Pages move slowly beneath the hanging lamp beside him. Coffee cup rests untouched near one elbow. Long roads often leave people quiet once they finally stop moving for a while. Somewhere behind the kitchen doorway, fresh coffee begins brewing again. Warm smell spreads gently through the diner, mixing with rain air drifting faintly through the entrance each time the door opens. Across the road, a new semi-truck pulls into the truck stop entrance. Headlights sweep across several parked trailers, then lower once the vehicle slows beneath the fuel canopy. Water sprays lightly from the tires along the wet pavement. Sound reaches the diner only as a soft, distant hum. The overnight world always feels smaller during weather like this. Roads narrow into pools of light. Buildings glow softly against the dark open land. People move quietly between warm places. While rain settles across the highway, the clock above the pie case continues its steady movement through the deeper hours of night. Minute hand drifting almost unnoticed beneath the yellow diner lamps. Nobody inside seems concerned with the time anymore. Near the diner entrance, a traveler removes wet gloves beside the coat rack. Rainwater darkens the tile floor beneath heavy boots. Warm air settles around the doorway once the front door closes again. Coffee cups clink softly somewhere near the counter. Outside, truck stop lights continue glowing steadily across Route 9. Rows of trailers remain lined beneath the rain-dark sky. Exhaust vapor rises quietly into the cold night air. Engines idle softly beyond the wet pavement. And all across the highway between the diner and the truck stop, the long winter road continues carrying travelers through the quiet hours. Before morning, rain continues softly beyond the diner windows. Water moves in slow silver lines beneath the parking lot lamps. Route 9 stays dark, except for the occasional passing headlights. Inside the diner, warmth settles comfortably through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell drifts steadily through the room, mixed with toast warmth, dish soap near the sinks, and faint grill heat still lingering beneath the kitchen lights near the center of the counter. A fresh coffee pot rests beneath the warmer. Steam rises gently around the glass lid. Yellow hanging lamps reflect softly across the dark surface inside. Fresh coffee always changes the feeling of a diner during overnight hours. Room somehow feels warmer the moment another pot begins brewing. The waitress near the register lifts the handle carefully. Coffee pours slowly into a thick ceramic mug beneath the hanging lights. Steam curls upward into the warmer air. Soft smell spreads outward almost immediately. One truck driver near the front counter wraps both hands around a fresh cup. Heavy coat remains buttoned against the winter cold, still clinging to the fabric. Road air stays with people for a while after long drives. Especially during rainy nights like this, the booth near the back window remains warm beneath the heater vent. Rainwater continues trailing downward across the glass outside. Truck stop lights across Route 9 glow softly through the moving water. Everything beyond the diner windows feels slower now, more distant. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the counter stools. Sugar packets slide softly across the polished surface. Small overnight sounds continue blending into the steady diner atmosphere. Nothing sharp, nothing hurried. Only ordinary movement beneath warm lights. A coffee pot near the warmer reflects tiny pieces of the room across its curved glass sides. Counter lamps, napkin holders, chrome edges near the stools. Older coffee pots always seem to hold little reflections like that during quiet nights. One cook steps briefly from the kitchen, carrying a fresh basket of clean towels. Steam from the dish area drifts faintly behind him. Water runs softly near the sinks for a few seconds, then fades beneath the hum of the ceiling vents again. Outside, rain eases slightly across the parking lot. Drops strike the pavement more slowly now. The water still shines beneath the yellow lamps near the curb. Snow piles along the edge of the lot appear darker beneath the wet reflections. The clock above the pie case moves quietly into another minute. Second hand continues its soft, steady rhythm through the deeper overnight hours. Nobody inside the diner seems interested in rushing time forward. Fresh coffee smell grows stronger again near the booths. Warm air carries it naturally through the room. There's a kind of comfort in familiar diner coffee during winter nights, especially along quiet highways far from busy towns. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more. Hands settle near the coffee mug beneath the hanging lamp. Rainwater shifts gently across the windows beside him. Outside lights blur softly through the glass. One waitress folds paper receipts beside the register. Small stack grows neatly near the counter edge. Coffee cups dry upside down beside the warmer station. Everything looks settled into place here, like the diner has repeated these same quiet overnight routines for many years. Farther across Route 9, truck stop lights continue glowing through the rain-dark air. A trailer door closes softly somewhere beneath the fuel canopy. Low diesel engines idle steadily across the wet pavement beyond the road. The coffee pot near the counter grows lighter as more cups are poured. Steam no longer rises quite as heavily from the spout, though warmth still gathers around the warmer plate beneath it. Fresh pots never seem to last long during winter weather. A customer near the front window adds cream slowly into a coffee cup. Light tan color swirls beneath the hanging lamp. Spoon moves carefully through the ceramic, then settles quietly beside the saucer. The booth cushions near the back wall feel softer now after sitting a while. Warmth from the heater beneath the windows spreads gradually through the lower part of the booth. Road tension fades slowly from tired shoulders. Long drives always seem farther away once warmth finally settles in. Rain taps gently across the glass again. Steady now, though still calm enough to keep the diner feeling protected from the cold highway outside. Older roadside places carry that feeling well during winter nights. Warm islands of light beside long dark roads. The cook behind the grill wipes down part of the metal counter again. Cloth moves slowly beneath the kitchen lights. One overhead bulb near the dish area flickers softly for a second, then steadies once more. A pair of travelers enters through the front door wearing heavy coats damp from the rain. Bell above the entrance gives a quiet metal sound. Cold air drifts briefly across the tile floor. Then warmth settles gently back into place after the door closes again. Coffee begins brewing once more behind the counter. Soft bubbling sound rises beneath the warmer lamps. Steam gathers faintly around the machine. Coffee smell deepens throughout the diner again. Late-night diners always seem calmer when coffee is brewing. People settle longer into booths. Conversations lower naturally. Hands stay wrapped around warm cups a little longer. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains steady beyond the rain-covered windows. White canopy lights shine across the wet concrete. Rows of parked trailers rest beneath the winter sky, their side markers glowing softly in the darkness. Near the pie case, the old clock continues its patient movement through another quiet stretch of night, second hand drifting carefully beneath the yellow light, minute by minute. Without hurry, one waitress places fresh mugs upside down beside the coffee station. Porcelain touches softly together. Warm reflections move gently along the polished counter surface. Everything inside the diner continues with the same slow, familiar rhythm. Outside the windows, rain slides quietly down the glass. Parking lot lights stretch across the pavement below. Route 9 carries distant headlights through the dark fields beyond town. And near the center of the warm overnight diner, the coffee pot beside the counter keeps fresh warmth waiting for whoever still arrives. Before morning, rain continues quietly outside the diner windows. Water slides in thin silver lines beneath the parking lot lamps. Route 9 stays calm beyond the wet pavement and dark roadside trees. Inside the diner, warm light settles softly across the booths and counter stools. Coffee smell drifts through the room once more. Fresh pot near the warmer still sends faint steam into the air. Everything moves with the same slow overnight rhythm. The waitress near the counter carries a stack of folded towels against one arm. Soft shoes make almost no sound across the older tile floor. Yellow light rests gently along the sleeves of her dark uniform. Late-night workers always seem quieter during these deeper hours before morning. Voices lower naturally. Movements slow without anyone noticing. She pauses near the coffee station for a moment. One hand reaches for a fresh mug beside the warmer. Ceramic touches lightly against the counter. Then coffee pours slowly beneath the hanging lights. Steam rises gently through the warmer air. Her voice stays soft while speaking to one of the truck drivers near the front counter. Nothing dramatic, only small, ordinary conversation. Road conditions farther north. Rain moving through the highway. Coffee staying hot tonight. People speak differently inside overnight diners. Nobody tries too hard to fill silence. Conversation comes slowly, then settles again naturally. The booth near the back window remains warm beneath the heater vent. Rainwater continues moving quietly down the glass outside. Truck stop lights across Route 9 blur softly through the drifting water. Everything beyond the diner feels farther away. Now, the waitress carries another cup toward the older couple near the front booths. Coffee reflects gently beneath the yellow lamps while she walks. Steam curls upward beside the pie case for a moment, then disappears into the warmer diner air. One traveler near the entrance studies a folded road map beneath the hanging lights. Finger traces slowly along part of the highway line. Rain-dark gloves rest beside the napkin holder near the edge of the table. Heavy winter coats hang from nearby booth hooks, still carrying traces of cold highway air. The waitress asks quietly whether he needs a refill. Voice stays calm and ordinary, like someone who has worked many winter nights beside long roads before. There's comfort in hearing steady, familiar voices. During overnight hours like this, the old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts carefully beneath the glass. Kitchen sounds continue somewhere behind the counter. Plates settling, water running briefly, coffee brewing again near the warmer. Outside, a truck rolls slowly through the truck stop across Route 9. White lights move behind the rain-covered windows, then fade softly beyond the fuel canopy. The waitress wipes down part of the counter with slow, careful movement. Clean cloth slides beneath the hanging lamps. Chrome edges reflect softly beside the stools. Small details stand out more during quiet nights. Warm coffee cups, napkin holders. Steam against yellow light. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more. One hand rests around the coffee mug. Rain taps gently against the windows behind him. Low diesel hum drifts faintly across the road. From the truck stop beyond the diner, the waitress passes by carrying another fresh coffee pot. Glass reflects tiny pieces of the room as she moves. Booths, counter lights, pie case glass. Everything blending softly across the curved surface. She pauses briefly near the back booths, asks quietly if anyone needs more coffee. Nobody answers immediately, not because people ignore her, only because the room feels calm enough that silence fits naturally here. Spoon turns softly inside a ceramic mug near the counter, then settles against the saucer. Warm air from the kitchen drifts slowly through the diner once more, bringing faint smells of toast and fresh coffee with it. Rain outside grows slightly heavier for a few minutes. Drops gather faster against the windows. Parking lot reflections stretch wider across the wet pavement. Then the rainfall softens gently again before long. The waitress folds another clean towel beside the coffee station. Hands move automatically through familiar routines. Late-night workers often carry a certain calmness about them, especially people who spend years around overnight travelers and winter roads. Some folks become quieter in good ways after enough years working nights. Less hurried, less sharp around the edges, more comfortable letting silence remain silence. The booth cushions near the back wall feel softer now. Warmth settles steadily through the lower part of the seat. Rainwater continues drifting down the glass beyond the heater vent. Truck stop lights remain blurred beneath the moving water. One customer near the front entrance laughs quietly at something the waitress says. Warm sound rises gently through the diner, then settles naturally back into the calm nighttime atmosphere again. Nothing loud enough to disturb the room. The coffee pot near the counter grows lighter with each refill. Steam no longer rises quite as heavily from the spout. though warmth still gathers around the warmer plate beneath it. Fresh coffee smell continues drifting steadily through the diner air. The waitress moves toward the pie case once more. One hand adjusts a plate beneath the glass. Yellow light reflects softly across the curved surface. Cherry pie near the upper shelf catches a little warmth beneath the bulb. Older diners always seem to keep pie cases glowing through the night like that. Outside, another pair of headlights passes quietly along Route 9. White light glides across the rain-dark road, then fades beyond the distant roadside trees. Highway sound lingers softly through the wet night air for a few seconds longer. Near the counter, the waitress speaks quietly with one of the cooks beside the kitchen doorway. Low voices blend gently with the steady hum of the diner. Nothing urgent, only familiar overnight conversation between people sharing the long hours before dawn. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Hands continue drifting beneath the yellow lights. Nobody watches too closely. Night simply continues around the diner at its own steady pace. Warm coffee rests near the booths. Rain moves softly across the windows. Truck stoplights glow beyond Route 9. And the quiet waitress with the soft voice continues, carrying warmth and calm through the overnight diner beneath the hanging yellow lamps. Rain grows, lighter beyond the diner windows. Small drops still move slowly across the glass, though colder air outside has started changing the weather along the roadside. Near the edge of Route 9, thin snow gathers once again beside the darker pavement. White patches rest quietly along the shoulders beyond the parking lot lamps. Truck headlights passing through the night leave pale reflections across the wet road for a few seconds. Then darkness settles gently over the highway again. Inside the diner, warmth feels deeper now than earlier in the evening. Heater air drifts steadily beneath the windows. Coffee smell lingers through the booths and counter area. Soft kitchen light continues glowing behind the pie case near the register. The booth near the Mac window remains comfortably warm. One hand rests loosely near the coffee mug. Ceramic still carries gentle heat near the lower half. Steam no longer rises strongly from the cup, though warmth remains enough to hold comfortably during the cold hours before morning. Outside the glass, snowflakes begin mixing softly with the rain. Small white streaks drift beneath the yellow parking lot lamps. Water near the curb gathers around thin ridges of slush beside the pavement. Winter roads always seem quieter once snow begins returning during the night. The waitress near the counter adjusts another row of clean coffee, cups beneath the warmer light. Porcelain touches softly together. Everything inside the diner continues with the same calm overnight rhythm. Nothing hurried, nothing sharp, only ordinary nighttime routines moving gently through warm air. Across Route 9, truck stop lights glow steadily beneath the colder sky. Rows of trailers remain parked beneath the white canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises softly near idling engines. then disappears into the dark winter air above the lot. One truck slowly pulls away from the fuel pumps. Red marker lights drift carefully through the wet pavement reflections. Tires move quietly across the slushy exit road near the highway, then fade beyond the darker stretch of Route 9. The old clock above the pie case moves into another minute. Secondhand continues its patient rhythm beneath the hanging lamps. Time feels stretched gently inside the diner now, like the night has settled fully into its quieter hours. Snow gathers lightly along the grassy edge beside the parking lot. Fence posts beyond the road look softer beneath the weather, shifting through the dark fields. Farther back near the tree line, cold air moves branches gently against the pale sky. The heater beneath the booth windows clicks softly again. Warm air rises near the wall beside the seat cushions. Older diners always seem warmer during snowfall. Maybe because cold weather makes indoor light feel steadier. Somehow, one traveler near the front counter removes his gloves, slowly before wrapping both hands around a fresh coffee cup. Road fatigue shows quietly in the way people settle into booths this late at night. Nobody rushes small movements anymore. The cook near the grill wipes down part of the metal counter once more. Clean cloth slides beneath the yellow kitchen lights. Steam drifts faintly near the sink area behind him. Warm air from the kitchen spreads naturally through the diner. Outside, snow continues falling lightly now. Thin flakes drift through the parking lot lamps beside the diner entrance. Wet pavement near the road begins losing some of its sharper reflections beneath the whitening edges of slush. The truck driver near the corner booth looks briefly toward the windows again. Book rests closed beside the coffee mug. Rainwater lines on the glass have mostly faded now, replaced by slower snowflakes drifting downward through the yellow light outside. At A, fresh pot of coffee begins brewing behind the counter. Soft bubbling rises beneath the hum of the warmer. Coffee smell deepens through the room once more. Late-night diners always seem calmer during fresh snowfall and warm coffee together near the entrance. The bell above the front door gives another quiet sound. Cold air enters briefly with a traveler wearing a dark wool coat dusted lightly with snow. Moisture melts slowly near the tile floor once the door closes behind him. Warmth settles naturally around the entrance again. The waitress greets him softly while reaching for another clean mug. Voice stays calm beneath the steady diner sounds. Some people working overnight learned how to speak in ways that never disturb the room, only settle gently into it. Outside the windows, snow gathers more clearly along the edges of Route 9 now. Tire tracks cut darker lines through the pale shoulder near the highway curve. Headlights passing through town move slower during weather like this. Roads ask for patience once snow begins settling overnight. The pie case glass reflects warm, yellow light across part of the counter. Cherry pie near the upper shelf catches a little glow beneath the bulb. Napkin holders shine softly beside the stools. Everything inside the diner feels steady and grounded against the colder, Night beyond the windows. The booth near the back wall remains warm beneath the hanging lamp. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins. Hands no longer feel stiff from the road. Body settles deeper into the softer pace of the diner. Across Route 9, truck stop lights continue glowing through the snowfall. Several trailers remain parked beneath the canopy. Amber side markers shining softly beneath the drifting flakes. Long highways never fully sleep during winter nights. People continue moving quietly from one warm place to another. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Kitchen sounds drift softly through the warmer air. Coffee continues brewing near the counter. Snow gathers gently along the edge of Route 9. And inside the diner beneath the yellow lights, warmth keeps settling deeper into the long winter night before morning. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move slowly beneath the yellow parking lot lamps. Route 9 stretches quietly through the dark fields outside Millhaven. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeper into the overnight hours. Coffee smell lingers steadily through the booths and counter area. Kitchen light glows softly beyond the pie case. Everything carries the same calm winter rhythm. Near booth 6 along the side wall, an old heater rests beneath the windows. Paint along the metal cover has worn thin near the corners after many winters. Warm air rises slowly through the narrow vents. Steady heat gathers around the booth cushions beside it. The heater gives a soft clicking sound every so often. Metal shifting gently as warmth moves through the older pipes. Tiny sounds like that become strangely comforting during quiet nights, especially in roadside diners where warmth matters. Against long winter roads, snow gathers lightly along the edges of the parking lot outside. Tire tracks remain dark against the pale slush near the entrance. Truck stop lights across Route 9 glow softly through the drifting flakes. Everything beyond the windows feels slower now, more distant beneath the weather. The booth near the heater stays warmer than most of the diner. Heat settles into the seat cushions near the wall. Cold from outside fades more quickly here. Many overnight travelers probably choose this booth during winter nights without even realizing why. One hand rests near the coffee mug on the table. Ceramic still carries gentle warmth. Steam rises only faintly now beneath the hanging lamp. Though fresh, coffee smell continues drifting through the room from the counter area. The old clock above the pie case moves quietly into another minute. Second hand continues its patient rhythm beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned with the hour anymore. Night simply stretches softly around the room. The heater clicks again beneath booth 6, then settles back into its steady low hum. Warm air drifts upward beside the windows. Glass near the lower corners remains slightly fogged from the temperature difference outside. Snowflakes move slowly through the parking lot light beyond the glass. Some drift sideways briefly when colder wind reaches across the road. then settle back into softer falling patterns again. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down part of the counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain reflects softly beneath the yellow hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner looks softened by the late hour. One traveler near the front booth removes his cap while warming both hands around fresh coffee. Wet snow melts slowly along the shoulders of his heavy coat. Road weather stays with people for a while after coming indoors during winter nights farther across Route 9. Several trailers remain parked beneath the truck stop canopy. White overhead lights reflect across the snowy pavement. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the dark air above the lot. Engines idle quietly through the cold overnight hours. The heater beneath. Booth 6 continues its soft mechanical rhythm. Low hum, small clicks. Warm air rising steadily beside the wall. Older heaters always seem to sound calmer than newer ones somehow. Less sharp, less sudden. The truck driver near the corner booth opens his book again for a few pages. Light from the hanging lamp rests softly across the paper. Coffee cup remains near one elbow outside the windows. Snow continues drifting across the highway beyond the diner lot. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the counter stools. Someone folds a newspaper slowly beside the entrance. Kitchen fans hum gently overhead. Every sound inside the diner feels rounded by warmth and soft lighting. The heater near the booth releases another steady wave of warm air. You can feel the difference near the windows immediately. Cold air outside stays pressed against the glass. The warmth inside keeps gathering around the booths and counter. The cook near the grill stacks several clean plates beside the warmer. Metal edges catch pale reflections beneath the kitchen lights. Steam drifts faintly from the sink area behind him. Late-night diners always seem half kitchen warmth and half winter weather during hours like this. Snow along. Route 9 grows slightly thicker now. Road shoulders near the truck stop entrance look softer beneath the white covering. Headlights passing through town move slower across the darker pavement. Drivers naturally ease their speed once snow begins staying on the road edges. The old heater clicks softly again, then settles back into its familiar overnight home. Warm air brushes gently against the lower part of the booth wall. Seat cushions remain comfortably warm near the corner closest to the vent. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the diner. Steam rises faintly beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee smell deepens through the room once more. Nothing changes quickly here. Everything continues with quiet, steady movement. Near the entrance, the bell above the front door gives another soft sound. Cold air drifts briefly across the tile floor, along with a little snow blowing in near the boots of a traveler entering from Route 9. Then the door closes gently behind him. Warmth settles naturally through the diner once again. Outside the windows, truck stop lights blur softly through drifting snowfall. Rows of trailers remain lined quietly beneath the canopy. Amber side markers glow steadily through the cold, dark air. The old clock above the pie case reaches another minute. Hands continue their slow, patient movement. Kitchen sounds drift calmly through the diner. Coffee warmth settles through the booths. And near the windows beneath the hanging lamps, the old heater beside booth 6 keeps steady warmth moving through the long winter night before morning. Snow continues drifting softly across Route 9. White flakes move slowly beneath the parking lot lamps outside the diner. Road shoulders near the highway carry a thin layer of fresh snow now. Inside the diner, warmth remains steady beneath the hanging lights. Coffee smell lingers through the booths and counter area. Kitchen sounds drift softly from behind the pie case. Everything feels settled into the deeper overnight hours. Beyond the windows near booth 6, headlights appear quietly through the snowfall. A long truck moves along Route 9 outside. White beams glide across the wet road surface, then stretch briefly across the diner parking lot before fading farther down the highway. Tire sound follows a few seconds behind the lights. Soft, steady hum moving through the winter air, then gradually disappearing into the dark open fields beyond town. Roads always sound different during snowy nights. Noise becomes softer somehow. Engines feel farther away. Even large trucks seem calmer beneath falling snow. The old heater beneath the windows gives another gentle click. Warm air rises steadily beside the booth wall. Glass near the lower edge stays slightly fogged from the cold outside air. Only the center portion shows the highway clearly beyond the parking lot. Another truck passes, somewhere farther down Route 9. Sound reaches the diner faintly through the snow-covered night. Low diesel hum drifting across the road for a moment, then fading quietly again. The booth near the back window remains warm and comfortable. Coffee cup rests beside folded napkins beneath the hanging lamp. Hands no longer feel cold from the road outside. Body settles more deeply into the slower pace of the diner. The waitress near the coffee station stacks clean mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the yellow light. Fresh coffee continues brewing nearby. Steam curls gently into the warmer diner air. Outside, truck stop lights across the road glow steadily through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the white canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises slowly near idling engines, then disappears above the lot into the colder darkness. Another pair of headlights appears along the highway curve beyond town. Light moves carefully through the falling snow. Drivers always seem slower and steadier during weather like this. Nobody hurries much along winter roads after midnight. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand continues its patient rhythm beneath the warm diner lights. Time feels stretched gently inside the room now, like the night has settled fully around the diner and highway. Together, the sound of trucks passing outside comes and goes through the snowfall, never loud enough to disturb the calm inside. only distant road rhythm drifting through the dark. One long trailer moves past the diner entrance now, amber side lights glowing softly through the snow. Tires hiss lightly against wet pavement near the highway shoulder. Then the truck disappears beyond the roadside trees farther west. For a few seconds afterward, only snowfall remains outside the windows again. White flakes drifting quietly beneath the parking lot lamps. The cook near the grill wipes down another section of metal counter. Cloth slides slowly beneath the kitchen lights. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything inside the diner continues with the same calm overnight rhythm. A spoon touches softly against ceramic near the front counter. Someone turns a newspaper page near the entrance booths. Low conversation rises briefly beneath the hanging lamps, then settles naturally back into the warmth of the room again, the heater beneath. Booth 6 hums quietly through the night. Warm air continues gathering near the seat cushions beside the wall. Older diners always seem warmer during snowstorms. Maybe because cold weather makes small indoor comforts feel more noticeable. Outside, a truck horn sounds faintly somewhere far down Route 9. Low echo drifting softly across the winter fields, then fading into the snowy darkness beyond town. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book again. One hand rests around the coffee mug while watching the windows for a moment. Snow continues collecting along the edge of the road outside. Fresh tire tracks cut darker lines through the pale shoulder near the diner entrance. The waitress carries another coffee pot between the booths. Glass reflects pieces of the diner lights as she moves. Steam rises faintly around the lid. Coffee smell deepens gently through the room once more. Late-night highways always carry their own steady rhythm. Headlights appearing, engine sound approaching, then fading slowly into distance again. People traveling through darkness, while warm roadside places remain waiting beside the road. The clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand keeps moving steadily beneath the yellow glow. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned about how late it has become. Outside the windows, another truck passes carefully through the snowfall. White light glides across the parking lot. Snow swirls briefly behind the trailer wheels. Then darkness settles softly over Route 9 again. The booth cushions remain warm beside the heater vent. Coffee still rests quietly on the table. Kitchen sounds drift calmly from behind the counter. And through the snowy night beyond the diner windows, the sound of trucks continues fading in and out along the long winter. Highway before morning, snow continues drifting quietly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move gently beneath the parking lot lamps outside. Route 9 remains dark, except for the occasional passing headlights along the winter road. Inside the diner, warm light settles softly across the booths and counter stools. Coffee smell still lingers through the room. Kitchen sounds drift calmly from behind the pie case. Everything carries the same slow overnight rhythm. Near the corner booth beside the back wall, The truck driver opens his book once more, beneath one of the dimmer hanging lamps. Yellow light rests gently across the pages. Heavy winter coat hangs beside him near the booth wall. Coffee cup remains close to one elbow, still carrying a little warmth through the thick ceramic. Pages turn softly every so often, paper moving carefully through quiet diner air. Not hurried reading, only slow, steady movement during the long hours before morning. The booth near the corner stays, partly shadowed compared to the brighter counter area. Light reaches softly across the tabletop, leaving the edges of the booth calmer and darker beneath the hanging lamp. Some people always seem to choose quieter booths during overnight hours like this. Snow gathers lightly near the edge of the parking lot outside. Truck stop lights across Route 9 glow faintly through the falling weather. Amber trailer markers blur gently behind drifting flakes. Everything beyond the windows feels softened by distance now. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air rises steadily along the lower part of the windows. Glass near the corners stays slightly fogged from the cold outside air. Only the center sections remain, clear enough to show the highway beyond. The man near the corner booth pauses for a moment while reading. One hand rests loosely near the coffee cup. Other hand remains inside the open book beneath the yellow light. Long drives often leave people quieter once they finally stop moving. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Coffee continues brewing nearby. Steam curls gently upward into the warm diner air. Somewhere beyond the diner, a truck passes slowly along Route 9. Headlights move through the snowfall outside the windows, then fade quietly toward the western highway, curve beyond town. Tire sound follows softly through the winter air for a few seconds longer, then disappears into the dark fields again. The man near the booth turns another page carefully. Paper edges catch pale light beneath the hanging lamp. Books always seem quieter in diners after midnight, maybe because the whole room slows down around them. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems to notice the passing time very much anymore. The booth cushions near. The windows remain comfortably warm. Heat from the old vents settles steadily through the lower seats. Coffee cup near the table edge no longer sends much steam upward, though warmth still lingers inside. Outside, snowflakes continue crossing through the parking lot lamps. Fresh snow gathers along the roadside curb near the diner entrance. Tire tracks cut darker lines through the pale pavement edges. The man reading near the corner booth shifts slightly against the seat back. Jacket fabric moves softly in the quiet room. One page folds carefully beneath his thumb while reading another line. No sudden movement. Only the calm rhythm of somebody passing time through the overnight hours. The cook near the grill stacks several clean plates beside the warmer. Porcelain touches gently together beneath the kitchen lights. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything inside the diner feels rounded and softened by warmth. One customer near the front counter stirs cream into fresh coffee. Spoon touches ceramic lightly, then settles against the saucer. Small sounds always seem clearer during deep winter nights. Snow continues drifting outside the diner windows. Not heavy now, only steady enough to soften the highway edges beneath the darkness. Headlights moving through town appear slower beneath the weather. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the colder sky. White canopy lights stretch across the snowy pavement. Rows of trailers rest quietly beneath the overnight lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently above idling engines. The man near the corner booth reaches for his coffee cup at last. Hands settle around the ceramic for a moment. Warmth moves slowly through tired fingers. Late-night coffee always feels different during long winter drives, less like habit, more like comfort. The waitress walks quietly past the booth, carrying another fresh pot toward the counter. Glass reflects pieces of the yellow diner lights as she moves. Steam drifts faintly near the lid. Coffee smell deepens gently through the room once more. The book remains open beneath the hanging lamp. Light rests softly across the paper. Shadows gather near the booth corners beside the wall. Everything near the back of the diner feels calmer than the front entrance area. Now, a truck horn sounds faintly somewhere far along Route 9. Low echo carrying softly across the winter fields, then fading into the snowfall beyond town. The old heater beneath the windows hums quietly through the night. Warm air continues moving beside the booths. Snow gathers along the edge of the road outside. Kitchen sounds drift steadily from behind the counter. And near the quieter corner booth, beneath the dim yellow light, pages continue turning softly through the long winter hours. Before morning, snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move quietly beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Headlights appear now and then through the winter darkness, then fade gently beyond the roadside trees. Inside the diner, warmth remains steady beneath the hanging yellow lights. Coffee smell lingers through the booths and counter area. Kitchen sounds drift softly from behind the pie case. Everything continues with the same calm overnight rhythm. Beyond the kitchen hallway near the back of the diner, a narrow delivery door opens briefly into the cold midnight air. Snowflakes drift inward for a moment beneath the outside light, then disappear once the door closes softly again. Behind the diner, an empty service street stretches quietly past the back alley dumpsters and delivery ramps. Snow gathers lightly along the pavement edges near the loading doors. One pale security light hangs above the alley wall, casting a soft yellow glow across the colder concrete below. Older diners always seem different behind the main entrance. Front side carries warmth and coffee light. Back side carries quiet delivery doors and winter air. Both parts belong to the same long overnight rhythm. The cook near the kitchen doorway steps briefly outside, carrying flattened cardboard boxes. Cold air follows him through the rear hallway for a few seconds. Sharp winter chill reaches softly into the warmer diner space, then fades once the heavy back door closes again. The booth near the back window remains warm beside the heater vent. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the hanging lamp. Snow continues gathering outside along the roadside curbs near the diner lot. Behind the building, the service street stays empty beneath the falling snow. Tire tracks from an earlier delivery truck remain faintly visible near the loading ramp, though fresh snow has already started softening the darker lines. One overhead alley light buzzes quietly near the rear wall, not loud enough to disturb the night. Only steady electrical hum beneath the colder air. The waitress near the counter folds clean towels beside the coffee station. Porcelain mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Fresh coffee continues brewing nearby. Steam curls softly upward into the diner air. Farther beyond the alley, a railroad crossing signal stands dark near the edge of town. Metal arms remain lifted above the empty side road. Snow gathers along the wooden ties near the tracks. Everything behind the diner feels slower and quieter than the highway side-facing route. 9. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand continues its steady motion beneath the yellow light. Time stretches gently through the deeper overnight hours now. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book for a moment. One hand rests around the coffee cup. Warmth from the ceramic settles slowly into tired fingers. Outside the windows, snow drifts steadily across the dark parking lot beyond the glass. Behind the diner, cold air moves softly through the narrow alley between buildings. Loose snow slides gently across the pavement near the dumpsters. Delivery doors remain shut beneath the overhead lights. Metal handles catch pale reflections against the winter darkness. Somewhere farther down the empty service street, a loose sign taps softly against a wall when wind moves through the alley. Small sound fades quickly into the night again. Winter towns always carry little sounds. Farther after midnight, the cook returns through the back entrance, carrying empty milk crates. Snow dusts lightly across the shoulders of his coat. Boot soles leave dark wet marks near the kitchen floor for a few minutes. Then warmth slowly dries the moisture away again. The heater beneath booth 6 hums quietly beside the windows. Warm air rises steadily through the diner. Older heating systems always sound more noticeable during snowy nights, especially once conversations grow quieter near morning. Outside the alley light, snowflakes drift downward through the pale glow behind the diner. Small white patterns move across the darker brick wall near the loading area. Everything looks soft beneath the weather. The waitress carries another coffee pot toward the booths. Glass reflects tiny pieces of the diner lights while she walks. Steam rises faintly near the lid. Coffee smell deepens gently through the room once more. Across Route 9, truck stop lights continue glowing steadily through the snowfall. Rows of trailers remain parked beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises softly into the colder air above the lot. The empty street behind the diner stays, quiet beneath the snow. No traffic moves there now. Only older tire tracks near the delivery ramps and scattered patches of slush beside the curbs. Metal staircase near the rear storage door gathers thin snow along each step. Railings shine faintly beneath the alley light. Older buildings always seem to collect winter differently near their back entrances. Snow settles in corners. Cold air lingers longer near brick walls. Light feels dimmer behind delivery areas. Inside the diner, the warmer glow near the booths feels even softer against the colder weather outside. Hands rest comfortably around coffee cups. Kitchen fans hum steadily overhead. Small overnight routines continue without hurry. One customer near the front counter yawns, quietly while looking through the snowy windows, then reaches again for the warm coffee mug near the napkin holder. Road fatigue settles slowly during long winter nights like this. The old clock above the pie case reaches. Another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the yellow lamps. Nobody inside the diner seems focused on the hour anymore. Outside behind the building, snow gathers along the alley curb beside the dumpsters. Delivery doors remain closed beneath the pale security lights. Cold midnight air moves gently through the narrow service street. And beyond the quiet rear wall of the diner, the winter night continues stretching softly across the sleeping town of Millhaven. Snow continues falling softly outside the diner windows. White flakes drift steadily beneath the yellow parking lot lamps. Route 9 remains calm through the winter darkness beyond the roadside trees. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers steadily beneath the hanging lights. Kitchen sounds move softly from behind the pie case. Everything feels slower now during the quietest hours before dawn. Near the counter warmer, a fresh pot of coffee finishes brewing beneath the soft yellow lights. Steam rises gently around the lid. Thin white curls drift upward into the warmer diner air. Fresh coffee always changes the feeling inside overnight diners, especially once the night grows quiet enough for smaller details to stand out. The waitress lifts the glass pot carefully from the warmer plate. Coffee moves dark and steady beneath the hanging lights. Steam catches softly against the yellow glow while she walks toward the booths. Warmth follows naturally through the room behind her. The booth near the back window remains comfortable beside the old heater vent. Snow continues drifting beyond the glass. Parking lot reflections glow softly beneath the weather outside. Everything beyond the diner feels farther away now, more settled into the winter night. Coffee pours slowly into a thick ceramic mug near the counter. Steam rises immediately into the warmer air. One traveler wraps both hands around the fresh cup before taking the first sip. Long winter roads always make fresh coffee feel more important somehow. The old clock above the pie case moves quietly into another minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned about time anymore. Night simply continues around them. The cook near the grill wipes down another section of metal counter. Cloth slides softly beneath the kitchen lights. Steam drifts faintly from the dish area behind him. Warm air from the kitchen spreads naturally through the diner once more. Outside, snow gathers more clearly along the edge of Route 9 now. Fresh tire tracks cut darker lines through the pale roadside shoulder. Headlights moving through town appear softer beneath the falling weather. Inside the diner, steam continues rising gently from fresh coffee cups across the room. Small white curls drift upward beside folded napkins and sugar holders. Warm ceramic rests comfortably against tired hands. Simple things begin feeling steadier. During quiet overnight hours like this, the truck driver near the quarter booth opens his book, again beneath the dim yellow lamp. Pages catch soft light near the edges. Coffee cup remains close beside one elbow. Steam still rises faintly from the surface. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the front counter, then settles quietly onto the saucer. Little sounds always seem calmer beneath warm diner lighting during snowy nights. Near the entrance, wet snow slowly melts from the edges of heavy boots resting beside the coat rack. Moisture darkens the tile floor beneath the hanging lights, then fades gradually as warmth settles through the room. The heater beneath booth 6 hums steadily beside the windows. Warm air continues moving upward along the wall. Glass near the lower corners remains fogged softly from the temperature difference outside. Snowflakes drift sideways for a few moments beneath the parking lot lamps. Cold wind reaches lightly across the road. Then the snowfall settles back into slower patterns again. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the booths. Glass reflects small pieces of the diner while she walks. Counter lights, pie case glow, chrome stool edges. Everything moving softly across the curved surface. Steam from the fresh coffee gathers briefly beneath the hanging lamps, then disappears naturally into the warmer air near the ceiling. Older diners always seem warmer once fresh coffee begins filling the room again. The truck stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the dark, snowy fields. White canopy lights stretch across the wet pavement. Rows of parked trailers stay quiet beneath drifting snow. Exhaust vapor rises gently above idling engines. One truck moves slowly through the lot near the fuel pumps. Amber side markers glow softly through the weather. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades beyond the snowfall once more. Inside the diner, the booth cushions near the back wall feel softer now. Heat from the old vent settles steadily through the lower seats. Road fatigue fades slowly beneath the warmth and steady overnight rhythm. The waitress pauses briefly near the pie case while adjusting fresh mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the yellow light. Steam from nearby coffee cups drifts upward around her hands. Everything inside the diner feels calm and grounded. Somewhere beyond the kitchen doorway, water runs briefly through the sink area, then fades beneath the hum of the vent fans again. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden. Only familiar overnight sound moving gently through the warm room. The old clock above the pie case reaches. Another quiet minute. Hands continue their slow movement beneath the hanging lamps. Night grows softer the longer the diner stays warm against the snow. Outside, fresh coffee smell settles through the booths once more. Warm ceramic cups rest quietly beneath folded napkins and sugar packets. Steam rises gently beside the dim yellow lights. Ordinary details become more noticeable during the deepest hours before morning. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along Route 9. Parking lot lamps glow softly through the drifting weather. Truck stoplights remain steady across the road, and inside the warm overnight diner, fresh coffee continues, sending small trails of steam upward into the calm winter air before dawn. Snow continues drifting quietly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the yellow parking lot lamps outside. Route 9 remains calm beneath the winter darkness stretching beyond Mill Haven. Inside the diner, warmth settles comfortably through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell still lingers beneath the hanging lights. Kitchen sounds drift softly through the room. Everything carries the same slow overnight rhythm. Near the back of the diner beside the pie case, a narrow hallway stretches toward the restrooms beyond the kitchen wall. Older floor tiles run in long faded rows beneath the ceiling lights. Some sections of the tile look darker from many years of winter boots and overnight travelers. Small details become easier to notice during the quiet hours before dawn. The hallway lights hum softly overhead. Warm yellow glow reaches gently across the floor. Not bright enough to disturb the sleepy atmosphere inside the diner, only enough to guide tired travelers through the quieter back part of the building. One section of the wall near the hallway entrance carries older framed photographs of Route 9 during winter storms. Black and white trucks, snow-covered roads. Older diners standing beside the highway many years ago. Frames catch soft reflections from the ceiling lights. The booth near the back window remains warm beneath the old heater vent. Coffee cup rests quietly near folded napkins. Steam rises only faintly now from the fresh refill beside the hanging lamp outside the windows. Snow continues drifting steadily across the parking lot. Farther down the hallway, a vending machine glows softly near the restroom doors. Blue light rests gently against the older tile floor. Not harsh, only quiet, steady light beneath the warmer ceiling lamps. Older diners always seem to carry calmer hallways late at night. Places between rooms where sound softens naturally. Kitchen noise feels farther away there. Conversations fade into distant murmur. Only heater hum and quiet footsteps remain. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the yellow diner lights. Nobody inside the booths seems very aware of time anymore. Night stretches gently through the building now. A traveler walks slowly through the hallway, carrying a warm coffee cup. Boot soles move quietly against the faded tile. Coat sleeve brushes lightly against the wall while passing the vending machine. Then the restroom door closes softly near the far end. Kitchen. Sounds drift faintly through the hallway from behind the swinging doors. Metal touching metal near the sinks. Coffee brewing again near the warmer. Low voices from the cooks near the grill. Everything softened by distance and warmer air. The ceiling lights hum steadily overhead. One fixture near the middle flickers softly for a second, then settles back into its quiet glow again. Older diners always seem to carry little imperfections like that. Nothing polished. Only familiar steady comfort. Snow gathers more clearly near the edge of Route 9 outside. Headlights passing through town appear slower beneath the weather. Truck stop lights across the road glow softly through the drifting flakes. Near the hallway entrance, a coat rack stands beside the wall, holding several heavy winter jackets. Water drips slowly from melting snow near the floor tiles below. Warm indoor air continues drying the moisture little by little. The waitress walks through the hallway, carrying clean towels toward the storage room near the back kitchen wall. Soft shoes barely make sound against the older tile. Yellow ceiling light rests gently along the sleeves of her uniform. Late-night workers always seem quieter during these deeper overnight hours. The hallway near the restrooms stays calm and slightly cooler than the booth area. Warmth from the kitchen reaches only partway down the narrow space. Cold from the rear wall lingers faintly near the floor tiles. You can feel small temperature changes more easily during winter. Nights like this, the vending machine hums softly beneath the blue light. Rows of snack wrappers reflect faintly behind the glass. Everything near the hallway feels slower and more still than the front diner booths. A soft gust of colder air moves briefly through the hallway when the rear kitchen door opens. Snowflakes drift inward near the delivery entrance for a moment, then disappear once the heavy door closes again. Kitchen warmth settles back through the narrow space. Almost immediately, the truck driver near the corner booth turns another page beneath the dim yellow lamp. Coffee cup remains close beside the open book. Steam rises faintly into the warm diner air. Outside the windows, snow continues drifting across the parking lot lights. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air rises steadily near the windows. Glass remains slightly fogged along the lower corners. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and protected from the winter road outside. A spoon touches gently against ceramic near the front counter. Someone folds a newspaper slowly beneath the hanging lamps. Low conversation rises for a few seconds, then settles back into the softer overnight atmosphere again. Farther down the hallway, one restroom door opens quietly beneath the humming lights. Warm air from the diner drifts through the narrow space. Floor tiles reflect pale yellow light beneath tired footsteps. Then the hallway settles back into calm silence once more. Kitchen sounds continue drifting gently from behind the swinging doors. Water running briefly near the sinks. Coffee pouring somewhere near the counter. Vent fans humming overhead. Everything blending softly into the steady overnight rhythm of the diner. Outside, truck stop lights remain glowing across Route 9. Snow gathers steadily along the edge of the highway. Headlights move quietly through the winter darkness beyond town, and inside the warm roadside diner, the long hallway toward the restrooms carries soft humming lights and distant kitchen sounds through the quiet hours before morning. Snow continues falling softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes drift steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow faintly through the weather. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lamps. Kitchen sounds drift quietly from behind the pie case. Everything feels slower now during the heavier winter hours before dawn. Near the side wall, beside the older heater vent, one booth sits close against a frosted window. Condensation gathers along the lower corners of the glass. Warm diner air presses gently against the cold outside surface, leaving soft blurred patterns beneath the hanging light. The booth cushions feel especially warm near the wall. Heat from the old vent rises steadily beneath the windowsill. Cold winter air outside remains trapped against the glass. The warmth inside keeps gathering around the table and seats. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins near the frosted window. Steam rises faintly upward into the heavy, warm air. Yellow light reflects softly across the curbed ceramic surface. Simple things always seem calmer beneath diner lights during snowy nights. Outside the glass, snow moves slowly through the parking lot lamps. Headlights passing along Route 9 appear softened through the condensation. Everything beyond the booth window feels farther away now, more distant beneath the weather. The old heater beneath the booth hums quietly through the night. Metal clicks softly every so often as warmth moves through the older pipes. Steady heat continues drifting upward beside the wall. Older diners always seem warmer near fogged windows. During winter storms, the old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Secondhand drifts patiently beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems worried about the hour anymore. Night simply continues stretching around the building. Condensation along the window shifts slowly beneath the warmth inside. Small clear spaces appear briefly near the middle of the glass, then fade softly again once colder air presses back against the outside surface. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book for a moment. One hand rests around the coffee mug beneath the dim hanging lamp. Snow continues gathering quietly beyond the diner windows. Road sounds drift faintly through the winter darkness outside. The waitress near the coffee station stacks fresh mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the yellow lights. Steam curls gently upward from another fresh pot of coffee. Warm smell spreads naturally through the room once more, near the frosted window booth. One sleeve brushes lightly against the warmer wall beside the seat. Heat settles steadily through tired shoulders and hands. Long winter roads always feel farther away once warmth finally reaches deep enough. Outside, truck stop lights glow steadily across Route 9. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the white canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the dark, snowy air above the lot, then disappears quietly into the night. A truck passes slowly along the highway beyond the diner. Headlights move softly through the frosted glass. Tire sound reaches the building only as a low distant hum, then fades beyond the snowy roadside fields. Again, the booth beside the frosted window remains one of the warmest places inside the diner. Heat gathers heavily near the lower cushions and wall. Warm air from the vent rises slowly across the glass. Tiny water trails move downward through the condensation near the edges. The cook near the grill wipes down another section of counter beneath the kitchen lights. Cloth slides softly across the metal surface. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything inside the diner continues with the same calm overnight rhythm. A spoon touches gently against ceramic near the front counter. Someone shifts slowly against a booth seat near the entrance. Low conversation drifts softly beneath the hanging lamps, then settles naturally back into the warmer diner air again. Outside the frosted window, snowflakes continue crossing through the yellow parking lot light. Fresh snow gathers along the curb near the diner entrance. Dark tire tracks remain visible beside the road, though the edges grow softer beneath the weather. The old heater clicks softly once more beneath the booth. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the fogged glass. Older heating systems always seem to sound steadier during winter nights. Maybe because silence around them grows deeper after midnight, the waitress carries another coffee pot between the booths. Glass reflects small pieces of the diner lights while she walks. Steam rises faintly beneath the hanging lamps. Fresh coffee smell deepens gently through the room again. Condensation near the center of the window clears slightly for a moment. Truck stop lights become sharper across Route 9. White canopy glow stretches across the snowy pavement beyond the road. Then the glass slowly fogs again beneath the colder air outside. The booth cushions remain comfortably warm beneath the heavy winter air. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins. Hands no longer feel cold from the highway outside. Body settles deeper into the slower rhythm of the overnight diner. The old clock above the pie case reaches. Another quiet minute. Second hand continues its patient movement beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for morning to arrive. Kitchen sounds drift calmly from behind the counter. Snow continues gathering beyond the windows. Truck stop lights remain glowing across Route 9. and beside the softly frosted glass near the warm old heater, the diner carries steady comfort through the long winter hours before dawn. Snow continues drifting quietly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the yellow parking lot lamps. Route 9 remains calm beneath the dark winter sky outside Millhaven. Inside the diner, warmth settles softly through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging lights. Steam rises faintly from fresh cups near the warmer. Everything carries the same slow overnight rhythm, somewhere deeper in the kitchen behind the swinging doors. A small radio plays softly beneath the hum of the vent fans. Music drifts quietly through the warmer air, low enough that words cannot always be followed clearly. Only gentle melody moving through the diner during the quiet hours before dawn. Older kitchens always seem to keep radios playing late at night, especially in places that stay open along long winter highways. Soft music helps fill the slower hours without disturbing the calm. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm beneath the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins beneath the hanging lamp outside the windows. Snow continues crossing through the yellow parking lot light. The radio sound drifts gently through the hallway near the kitchen doorway, sometimes clearer for a few seconds when the swinging door moves, then softer again beneath the steady hum of the diner. One slow song fades into another somewhere behind the counter. Warm guitar sound carries faintly through the overnight kitchen, not loud enough to pull attention, only enough to settle naturally into the room. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter. Clean cloth moves slowly beneath the yellow lights. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Everything inside the diner feels softened by warmth and quiet music. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute. Second-hand drifts beneath the hanging lamps. Nobody inside the diner seems focused on time anymore. Night stretches softly around the booths and windows. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 glow steadily through the snowfall. Rows of trailers remain beneath the white canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises quietly into the colder air above the lot. A truck passes slowly along the highway beyond the diner. Headlights move through the snowy darkness outside the windows. Tire sound reaches the building as a faint distant hum, then fades gently beyond the roadside trees. Inside the diner, the radio continues playing quietly through the kitchen, music blending softly with ordinary overnight sounds. Coffee pouring, ceramic touching ceramic, vent fans humming overhead. One traveler near the front counter stirs cream into fresh coffee. Spoon touches lightly against the mug and settles beside the saucer. Small sounds always seem calmer beneath. Music drifting through warm air. The cook near the grill wipes down another section of metal counter. Steam drifts faintly from the sink area behind him. Radio sound moves gently through the kitchen lights. Everything continues without hurry. Near the booths, heat from the old vent settles steadily through the lower cushions. Heavy winter air presses softly against the windows outside. The warmth inside keeps gathering around the tables and hanging lamps. Snowflakes drift sideways briefly when colder wind reaches across Route 9, then settle back into slower falling patterns beneath the parking lot lights. Winter weather always seems quieter during the deepest overnight hours. The truck driver near the corner booth turns another page beneath the dim lamp. Book rests partly open beside the coffee cup. Radio music reaches the booth only faintly from the kitchen, soft enough to feel more like atmosphere than sound. A waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the diner. Steam curls gently upward beneath the yellow lights. Glass reflects small pieces of the room while she walks. Pie case glow, chrome stool edges, warm reflections moving softly across the curved surface. The old heater beneath the windows clicks quietly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem to belong naturally beside diner radios and coffee. Smells during snowy nights. Farther down the hallway toward the restrooms. Ceiling lights hum softly above the faded floor tiles. Radio music drifts faintly through the narrow space, mixing with distant kitchen sounds near the swinging doors. One customer near the entrance folds a newspaper slowly beside the coat rack. Snow melts quietly from heavy boots near the tile floor. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Hands continue their steady movement beneath the warm diner lights. Nobody seems eager for morning to arrive just yet. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along the edge of Route 9. Truck stop lights remain glowing through the drifting weather. Headlights appear quietly along the highway now and then disappear softly beyond the dark roadside fields. Inside the diner, coffee warmth settles steadily through the booths. Kitchen sounds drift calmly through the room. Soft radio music continues somewhere beyond the swinging doors. And beneath the hanging yellow lights beside the frosted winter windows, the overnight diner carries its quiet rhythm gently through the long hours before dawn. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps beside Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles comfortably through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the same slow overnight rhythm. Outside beyond the diner lot, headlights appear slowly through the snowfall along the highway curve. Long beams move carefully across the snowy pavement, then settle near the roadside stop sign beside Route 9. A late overnight bus pulls quietly onto the shoulder near the diner entrance. Engine hum drifts softly through the winter air. Amber marker lights glow along the side beneath the falling snow. Warm exhaust rises faintly behind the rear wheels. Buses always seem calmer during the deep overnight hours. Passengers move slower. Voices stay quieter. People carry road fatigue gently after long winter miles inside the diner. One waitress looks briefly toward the windows while wiping down the counter. Fresh coffee continues brewing beside the warmer. Steam curls upward into the soft yellow light. Warm air settles naturally through the room. The bus doors open with a soft mechanical sound near the highway shoulder. Cold winter air moves around the entrance steps. Several travelers begin stepping carefully down onto the snowy pavement. Heavy coats pulled close against the weather outside. One traveler adjusts a scarf while crossing the parking lot. Beneath the lamps, another carries a small overnight bag near one shoulder. Snow gathers lightly along coat sleeves and hat brims while they walk toward the diner. Warm light from the diner windows stretches softly across the pavement near the entrance. Reflections glow against the thin layer of snow beside the curb. Roadside diners always seem brighter when travelers arrive from long cold. Highways at night, the bell above the diner door rings softly once the first traveler steps inside. Cold air drifts briefly across the tile floor near the entrance, along with the faint smell of snow and diesel from the bus outside. Then warmth settles gently back into place after the door closes, heavy. Winter coats carry traces of the highway into the diner for a few moments. Snow melting near boots, cold sleeves warming beneath the hanging lights. Quiet overnight travelers finding seats near the counter and booths. The waitress reaches automatically for fresh coffee mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the yellow lights. Coffee pours slowly into thick ceramic cups. Steam rises immediately into the warmer diner air. One traveler near the front booth wraps both hands around a fresh cup before even speaking much. Long road journeys always make warmth feel more important than conversation. Outside, the bus engine continues idling quietly near Route 9. Amber lights glow steadily through the snowfall. Fresh snow gathers along the edges of the highway shoulder beneath the tires. A booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation moves slowly across the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins beneath the hanging lamp. Everything inside the diner feels protected from the winter road beyond the windows. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Kitchen lights glow warmly behind the swinging doors. Nothing inside the diner feels hurried, despite the late bus arrival. One traveler removes gloves slowly beside the coat rack near the entrance. Snow melts quietly from heavy boots onto the older tile floor. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little beneath the hanging lamps. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems very aware of how late the hour has become. The bus driver remains outside for a few moments beside the vehicle. Cold air moves gently around the dark coat while checking something near the luggage compartment. Snowflakes drift through the overhead highway lights near the shoulder. Inside, fresh coffee smell deepens through the diner once more. Warm ceramic cups rest beside sugar holders and folded napkins. Small overnight sounds continue blending into the calmer rhythm of the room. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the front counter. Someone folds a scarf carefully beside the booth wall. Low conversation rises gently among the travelers, then settles naturally back into the warmth again. The truck driver near the corner. Booth glances briefly toward the new arrivals before returning quietly to the open book beneath the dim lamp. Pages catch soft yellow light near the edges. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow. Outside the windows, snow continues crossing through the parking lot lamps. The bus waits quietly beside Route 9 beneath the winter sky, engine humming softly through the cold night air. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot between the booths. Steam curls upward beneath the hanging lights. Glass reflects small pieces of the diner while she walks. Counter glow, pie case light, chrome stool edges, warm reflections moving gently through the overnight room. One traveler near the front booth leans back slightly after warming both hands around fresh coffee. Road fatigue begins leaving the shoulders slowly. Long bus rides always seem farther away once warmth finally settles in. The old heater beneath. The windows click softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Snow gathers quietly along the edge of Route 9 outside. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road. And inside the warm diner beneath the yellow lamps, late-night travelers settle gently into booths, while the winter highway continues through the dark hours before dawn. Snow continues, falling softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes drift steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles comfortably through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything moves with the same calm overnight rhythm. Near the front entrance beneath the hanging lamps, a man in a dark work jacket stands beside the diner windows, holding a spray bottle and folded cloth. Snow dusts lightly across the shoulders of his coat from the cold outside air. One bucket rests near the wall beside the front booths. Water inside reflects pale yellow light from above. He sprays the lower part of the front glass carefully. Small drops spread softly across the window beneath the diner lights. Then the cloth moves slowly in steady circles against the surface. Night workers always seem quieter during the deepest hours before dawn. Movement slower, voices softer, everything carried out with calm, familiar routine. Outside the front windows, streetlights along the edge of Route 9 glow dimmer, now beneath the snowfall. Snow gathers lightly around the bases of the poles. Yellow reflections stretch softly across the wet pavement near the curb. The man cleaning the windows pauses for a moment near the entrance glass. One hand rests against the cloth while looking briefly toward the highway outside. Headlights pass slowly through the snow beyond town, then fade quietly into the winter darkness again. Inside the diner, fresh coffee continues brewing beside the warmer. Steam curls gently upward beneath the hanging lights. Warm ceramic cups rest beside folded napkins and sugar holders. Everything inside feels protected from the cold road beyond the windows. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Secondhand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned with the hour anymore. Night stretches gently through the room. The waitress near the coffee station stacks fresh mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together. Coffee smell deepens naturally through the diner air once more. Near the windows, the cloth moves steadily across the glass, beneath the fading streetlights outside. Clear sections appear slowly through the moisture and snow residue. Warm indoor light reaches farther onto the pavement once the glass clears. Older diners always seem brighter after windows are cleaned during snowy nights. Yellow light spills outward more softly into the winter air. Roadside travelers notice warm places more easily like that. Outside the diner, the late bus still waits quietly near the shoulder along Route 9. Engine hum drifts faintly through the snowfall. Amber side lights glow steadily beneath the weather. Warm exhaust rises softly behind the rear wheels. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers gently along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the hanging lamp. Everything near the booths feels slower and calmer. Now, the man cleaning the windows moves carefully along the front row of glass panels. Boot saws make soft sounds against the tile floor near the entrance. Snow melts slowly from the edges of the jacket, coughs while warmth settles around him. One traveler near the front booth watches the snow fall quietly while holding a coffee mug with both hands. Road fatigue fades slowly beneath the diner warmth and steady. Overnight rhythm, the cloth slides slowly across another section of glass. Streetlight reflections sharpen briefly against the cleaner surface, then soften again beneath the drifting snow outside. Farther across Route 9, truck stoplights remain glowing through the weather. Rows of parked trailers stay beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises steadily above the snowy pavement. Soft radio music continues, drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Vent fans hum overhead. Coffee pours quietly somewhere near the counter. Every sound inside the diner feels rounded and gentle beneath the warm lights. The man near the front windows kneels briefly beside the lower corner of one glass panel. Cloth moves carefully to melted snow marks left by earlier customers. Roadside diners always collect winter near the entrance during long snowy nights. The old heater beneath Booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the windows. Older heaters always seem to sound steadier once the world outside grows quieter. Near the pie case, cherry pie catches soft yellow light beneath the warmer bulb. Glass reflects part of the hanging lamps across the polished counter. Everything inside the diner feels settled into place. The bus driver finally steps inside from the snowy roadside. Bell above the entrance gives another quiet sound. Cold air drifts briefly across the tile floor. Then warmth settles gently around the doorway once more. The man cleaning the windows stands slowly near the front entrance after finishing another section. Cloth folds carefully back into the bucket beside the wall. Clearer glass now shows the snowy highway more softly beneath the fading streetlights outside. Headlights move quietly through town beyond the diner. Snow continues gathering along the edge of Route 9. Truck stop lights glow steadily across the road. And inside the warm overnight diner beneath the yellow lamps, the slow nighttime routines continue, carrying calm warmth through the final dark hours before morning. Snow continues drifting softly across Route 9. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps outside the diner. Truck stop lights across the road glow faintly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts quietly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the same calm overnight rhythm. Beyond the far edge of the parking lot, road signs stand quietly near the empty intersection outside town. Metal posts rise from snow-covered ground beside the highway shoulder. Reflective lettering catches pale light. Whenever distant headlights pass through the darkness, a green highway sign points west along Route 9 toward smaller winter towns farther down the road. Another sign near the intersection leans slightly beneath years of cold weather and passing storms. Snow gathers softly around the bases of the metal posts. Wind moves gently across the open roadside fields beyond them. Older road signs always seem calmer during overnight snowfalls. Standing quietly beside long, empty highways, waiting beneath the weather, while travelers pass through the dark one pair of headlights at a time. Inside the diner, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the hanging lamp. Steam rises faintly into the warmer diner air. Outside the glass, snow continues drifting through the parking lot light. A truck passes slowly beyond the intersection near the road signs. Headlights spread softly across the snow-covered shoulder. Reflective arrows glow briefly beside the highway curve. Then darkness settles gently over the road once more. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems aware of time moving anymore. Night simply stretches calmly through the room. Near the entrance, the man who cleaned the front windows folds another towel beside the bucket near the wall. Street-like reflections now appear clearer through the freshly cleaned glass. Snowflakes drift steadily beneath the fading lights outside. Wind moves lightly through the road signs beyond the lot. Metal edges give faint sounds now, and then beneath the colder air, not sharp, only small winter movement along the empty intersection. The waitress near the coffee station refills fresh mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee smell deepens naturally through the diner once more. Outside, snow gathers more clearly along the roadside shoulders near the intersection. Dark tire tracks cut gently through the pale highway edges. Everything beyond the diner lot feels wide and quiet beneath the winter sky. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the snowy darkness. Rows of parked trailers sit beneath the white canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises slowly above the pavement, then disappears quietly into the cold night air. One road sign near the highway entrance points toward an older county road leading through farmland beyond Millhaven. Snow clings lightly along the metal edges. Reflective numbers glow softly whenever passing headlights reach them. Long highways always seen, different during the deep overnight hours. Intersections grow emptier. Streetlights dim softer through the snow. Road signs become some of the only steady shapes left standing along the dark roads. Inside the diner, soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Coffee pours quietly near the counter. Everything inside feels warm and grounded. Against the cold open land outside, the truck driver near the corner booth closes his book for a moment. One hand rests around the coffee mug beneath the dim hanging lamp outside the windows. Snow continues moving through the parking lot lights near. The road signs beyond the diner lot. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues rising steadily beside the frosted glass. Condensation shifts slowly near the lower corners of the windows. Older diners always seem quieter during snowfall near empty highways like this. One traveler near the front booth watches the distant intersection while holding a warm coffee cup with both hands. Headlights appear briefly along the road, then disappear behind drifting snow beyond town. Wind crosses gently through the open space beyond the parking lot. Snow shifts lightly around the bases of the roadside signs. Metal posts remain steady beside the intersection beneath the fading streetlights. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the diner. Steam curls softly beneath the hanging lamps. Glass reflects pieces of the warm room while she walks. Pie case glow, counter lights. Chrome stool edges moving gently across the curved surface. Outside the windows, the late bus finally pulls away from the shoulder along Route 9. Amber lights move carefully through the snowfall. Engine sound drifts softly across the winter air, then fades slowly beyond the highway curve near the road signs. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Hands continue their steady movement beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for morning yet. Yet, snow continues, gathering along the roadside intersections beyond the parking lot. Truck stop lights remain glowing across Route 9. Wind moves gently through the metal signposts beside the empty winter roads. And inside the warm overnight diner beneath the hanging lamps, coffee warmth and soft kitchen sounds carry calmly through the long dark hours. Before dawn, snow continues falling softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes drift steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow faintly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts quietly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the slower rhythm of the final hours. Before morning, the diner feels calmer now than earlier in the night. Conversations have grown quieter, movements slower. Even the sound of coffee pouring seems softer beneath the warm air. Near the back windows, condensation gathers gently along the lower edges of the glass. Snow continues drifting through the yellow parking lot light outside. Headlights passing along Route 9 appear less often now. Long stretches of darkness settle quietly between each vehicle. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins beneath the hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now. The warmth still lingers through the ceramic. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems interested in rushing toward dawn. Night still feels comfortably settled around the building. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain catches soft reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner looks softened by the late hour. Outside, snow gathers steadily along the roadside shoulders beyond the parking lot. Road signs near the intersection remain quiet beneath the weather. Wind moves gently through the metal posts beside the empty highway. The trucks stop across. Route 9 stays bright against the snowy darkness. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises slowly above idling engines, then disappears softly into the colder air. One truck moves carefully through the lot near the fuel pumps. Amber side markers glowing through the snowfall. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades once more beyond the winter road. Inside the diner, the cook near the grill stacks clean plates beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the kitchen lights. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything continues with calm, steady routine. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the front counter. Someone folds a newspaper slowly beneath the hanging lamps. Low conversation drifts gently through the booths. then settles naturally back into the warm overnight atmosphere. The heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the windows. Older heaters always seem more comforting during the final dark hours before morning, their steady hum blending naturally into the quieter rhythm of the diner. Snow outside falls more slowly now. Large flakes drift calmly through the parking lot lights. Fresh white edges gather along the curbs beside the entrance. The world beyond the windows feels softer beneath the weather. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more. One hand rests loosely around the coffee mug. Body settles deeper into the booth beneath the dim hanging lamp. Long winter highways feel farther away once warmth finally settles into tired shoulders. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending gently with the hum of the diner. Nothing inside the room feels sharp or demanding now. Only steady familiar presence during the quiet overnight hours near the entrance. Snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little across the tile floor. Streetlights outside the front windows appear, dimmer beneath the snowfall. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot between the booths. Steam curls softly upward beneath the hanging lamps. Glass reflects warm pieces of the room while she walks. Pie case glow, chrome stool edges, yellow counter lights moving gently across the curved surface. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting beneath the warm lights. Time feels stretched gently through the diner now, like the building itself has settled fully into the last calm stretch before dawn. Outside the windows, Route 9 remains mostly empty beneath the falling snow. Only occasional headlights move quietly through town, then disappear beyond the roadside trees and winter fields. One traveler near. The front booth leans back slowly after finishing the last of the coffee. Warm ceramic cup rests quietly near folded napkins. Eyes remain fixed loosely on the snowfall outside the windows. Nobody seems eager to leave the warmth just yet. The old heater hums softly beneath the windows. Kitchen sounds drift calmly from behind the counter. Coffee smell continues lingering through the booths. Truck stop lights remain glowing across Route 9. And inside the warm overnight diner beneath the yellow lamps, the quiet hours before morning settle gently across the room like soft winter. Snowfall beyond the glass. Snow continues drifting quietly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move softly beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow faintly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts quietly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the slower rhythm of the quiet hours before dawn. Near the grill behind the counter, fresh batter spreads slowly across the warm metal surface. Soft sizzling rises into the warmer kitchen air. The smell of pancakes begins drifting naturally through the diner. Warm food always changes the feeling of roadside diners during winter nights, especially once the outside world grows colder and quieter beneath falling snow. Simple smells become comforting then. Coffee, toast, butter warming near the grill. Pancakes cooking slowly beneath soft kitchen lights. The cook moves calmly beside the grill while turning one pancake carefully. Steam drifts upward around the metal spatula. Warm air gathers more heavily near the kitchen side of the diner, especially beneath the hanging lamps above the counter stools. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation still gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins beneath the dim hanging lamp outside the windows. Snow continues drifting through the parking lot light. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned with time anymore. Night continues stretching gently through the warm room. The smell of pancakes spreads farther through the booths now, mixing softly with fresh coffee near the warmer. Roadside diners always seem calmer when breakfast starts before sunrise. Even during deep overnight hours like this, one traveler near the front counter watches the grill quietly while warming both hands around a coffee mug. Heavy winter coat hangs beside the stool near the aisle. Snow melts slowly from the shoulders beneath the warmer indoor air. Outside, snow gathers steadily along the edge of Route 9. Road signs beyond the parking lot remain quiet beneath the weather. Wind moves gently across the open roadside fields beyond town. The truck stop across the highway stays bright against the snowy darkness. Rows of trailers remain parked beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises softly above the lot, then disappears quietly into the colder air above the road. Inside the diner, the cook stacks fresh pancakes carefully onto a warm plate near the grill. Steam rises gently beneath the kitchen lights. Butter softens slowly across the top. Everything about overnight diner breakfasts feels unhurried during winter storms. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the booths. Glass reflects soft pieces of the room while she walks. Pie case glow, counter lights. Chrome stool edges moving gently across the curved surface. Soft radio. Music continues drifting faintly from the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels sharp or demanding. Only calm, familiar comfort during the snowy overnight hours. The truck driver near the corner. Booth closes his book once more. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow. Snow continues falling softly outside the windows beyond the dim lamp. Everything near the back booths feels slower and quieter now. The smell of pancakes reaches farther into the diner again when another batch touches the grill. Warm batter meeting hot metal beneath the kitchen lights. Simple kitchen sounds always seem more comforting late at night. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the counter. Someone folds a scarf slowly near the entrance booth. Low conversation drifts gently through the room, then settles naturally back into the warm overnight atmosphere again. The old heater beneath. Booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem to belong naturally beside coffee smell and breakfast, cooking during snowy nights. Outside the windows, large snowflakes move slowly beneath the parking lot lamps. Fresh snow gathers along the curbs near the diner entrance. Headlights pass less often now along Route 9. Long stretches of quiet darkness settle between each vehicle. The waitress places a plate of pancakes gently near one of the front booths. Steam rises softly beneath the hanging lights. Butter melts slowly across the warm surface. Maple syrup bottle catches pale reflections near the napkin holder. Warm breakfast smells continue filling the diner. Mixing with coffee steam and heater air beneath the yellow lamps, there's a kind of comfort in ordinary food during long winter nights, especially inside places that stay awake while most of the town sleeps. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand drifts patiently beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for morning to arrive too quickly. Near the back windows, condensation shifts slowly across the glass beside the heater vent. Snow continues drifting through the parking lot lights outside. Truck stop lamps glow steadily across Route 9. And inside the warm overnight diner, beneath the hanging yellow lights, the smell of pancakes near the grill carries soft, familiar comfort through the final dark hours. Before dawn, snow continues falling softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes drift steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. The soft smell of pancakes still drifts gently from the grill near the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final overnight hours. Near the back windows, condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Warm air from the old heater rises steadily beside the booth wall outside the windows. Fresh snow continues gathering along the edge of the highway. Farther down Route 9, a pair of bright amber lights appears slowly through the snowfall, glowing lower and wider than ordinary headlights. Light moves carefully along the road beyond the diner parking lot, steady and patient beneath the winter weather. A snowplow travels quietly through town along the highway shoulder. Large blade pushes snow softly aside near the edge of Route 9. Fresh snow rolls gently across the darker pavement beneath the flashing amber lights. Soft mechanical sound drifts faintly through the winter air. Snowplows always seem calmer during overnight storms, moving slowly through sleeping towns while most windows remain dark. clearing roads quietly before morning traffic begins again. Inside the diner, one traveler near the front booth looks briefly toward the highway while holding a warm coffee mug with both hands. Amber plow lights move softly through the falling snow outside the windows, then continue slowly beyond the intersection near the road signs. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned with time anymore. Night stretches gently through the warm room. The cook near the grill wipes down another section of metal counter beneath the kitchen lights. Steam drifts faintly upward near the sinks. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything inside continues with the same familiar overnight routine. Outside, the snowplow passes slowly beside the truck stop entrance across Route 9. Blade pushes a fresh line of snow toward the roadside curb. Tires move carefully through the weather beneath the amber warning lights. Exhaust rises softly into the colder dark air above the highway. The truck stop remains bright against the snowfall. Rows of trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor drifts gently upward near idling engines, then disappears into the snowy darkness above the lot. Inside the diner, warmth feels heavier now against the cold weather outside. Coffee cups rest quietly beside folded napkins beneath the hanging lamps. Steam rises softly from fresh refills near the counter. Simple things always seem steadier during snowstorms before dawn. The waitress carries another coffee pot through the booths. Glass reflects warm pieces of the room while she walks. Pie case glow, counter lights. Chrome stool edges moving softly across the curved surface, soft radio. Music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the low hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed. Only calm, steady comfort during the winter night. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more. One hand rests around the coffee mug beneath the dim yellow lamp. Snow continues crossing softly through the parking lot lights beyond the glass. Outside along Route 9, the snowplow reaches the highway curve near the empty intersection. Amber lights glow softly against the drifting weather. Fresh snow gathers neatly along the roadside edges behind the blade. Road always looks calmer after a plow passes during winter nights. The old heater beneath. Booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted windows. Condensation shifts gently across the lower corners of the glass. Older diners always seem warmer once snow begins collecting heavily outside, near the entrance. Snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots resting beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture. Little by little across the tile floor beneath the hanging lamps, one traveler near the front counter unfolds a road map briefly beneath the yellow light. Finger traces carefully along part of Route 9. Snowplow lights still glow faintly through the windows beyond the parking lot. The old clock above the pie Case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm diner lights. Nobody inside the booths seems eager for dawn to arrive just yet. Outside, the snowplow sound grows softer as the vehicle moves farther beyond town. Amber lights fade gradually through the snowfall along the highway, then disappear quietly beyond the dark roadside fields. Snow continues drifting steadily along Route 9. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road. Coffee warmth settles calmly through the booths, and inside the warm overnight diner beneath the yellow lamps, the soft mechanical sound of the snowplow fades gently into the long winter. Darkness before morning, snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booth's and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final overnight hours. Near the coffee machine beside the counter, a woman sits quietly on one of the end stools beneath the warmer lights. Dark winter coat hangs neatly across the back of the seat beside her. One pair of gloves rests near a folded receipt close to the coffee cup. Steam rises softly into the warm diner air. She sits calmly with both hands around the ceramic mug, not speaking much, only resting quietly near the warmth and coffee smell beneath the hanging lamps. Late-night diners always seem to gather people who understand silence comfortably. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along the edge of Route 9. Fresh tire tracks remain dark against the pale roadside snow. Headlights pass only occasionally through the winter. Darkness beyond town. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems focused on the hour anymore. Night stretches gently through the warm room. The woman near the coffee machine watches, the steam rising from the mug for a moment. Warm light reflects softly across the curved ceramic surface. Coffee smell drifts naturally through the counter area once more. Simple things begin feeling steadier. During the quiet hours before dawn, the waitress near the register wipes down another section of counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner feels settled into place. Soft radio music drifts faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the room feels rushed or demanding. Only steady, ordinary comfort during the snowy night. Outside, truck stop lights remain glowing across Route 9. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently above the snowy pavement, then disappears into the cold, dark air. One truck moves slowly through the lot near the fuel pumps. Amberside markers glow softly through the weather. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades once more into the snowy highway beyond town. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers gently along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Everything near the back booths feels calm and protected from the winter road outside. The woman near the coffee machine adjusts one sleeve slightly while holding the warm mug. Snowmelt darkens part of the cuff near the wrist. Road weather always stays with people for a while after coming indoors. During winter nights, one traveler near the front booth folds a newspaper slowly beside the napkin holder. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the counter. Low conversation rises gently for a few seconds, then settles naturally back into the warmth of the diner again. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted windows. Older heating systems always seem to belong naturally beside fresh coffee and soft radio music during snowy nights. The woman near the counter glances quietly toward the windows facing Route 9. Snow continues moving steadily beneath the parking lot lamps outside. Streetlight reflections stretch softly across the wet pavement near the curb. Everything beyond the glass feels slower beneath the weather. Fresh coffee begins brewing again beside the warmer. Steam curls gently upward beneath the hanging lights. Coffee smell deepens naturally through the diner once more. Warm air gathers more heavily near the counter stools and grill side of the room. The cook near the kitchen doorway stacks clean plates beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the yellow kitchen lights. Vent fans hum steadily overhead. Everything inside continues with calm, familiar routine. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book again beneath the dim lamp. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow. Snow continues drifting softly outside the windows beyond the booth. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for morning to arrive too quickly. Near the entrance, snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture, little by little across the tile floor beneath the hanging lamps. The woman sitting near the coffee machine remains quietly beneath the warmer lights. Hands resting around the ceramic mug, steam rising softly into the calm diner air. Coffee warmth lingering through the counter area, while snow continues falling along Route 9 outside. Truck stoplights remain glowing across the road. Soft radio music drifts faintly through the kitchen, and inside the warm overnight diner beneath the yellow lamps, ordinary human presence carries gentle comfort through the final dark hours before dawn. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final overnight hours. Near the middle row of booths along the front windows, a dim hanging light glows softly above booth 3. Yellow shade casts warm light across the tabletop beneath it. Not bright enough to pull attention, only enough to leave the booth feeling calm and quietly awake during this snowy night. Older diners always seem to have one booth where the light feels softer than the others. A place where people naturally settle during long winter drives, warm enough to stay, quiet enough to rest for a while. Booth 3 sits partly away from the front entrance and partly away from the brighter counter lights. Snow outside the nearby window appears blurred beneath the dim lamp glow. Condensation gathers softly near the lower corners of the glass. Warm indoor air pressing gently against the colder winter night beyond. A coffee cup rests quietly near the edge of the table beneath the hanging light. Steam rises faintly into the warm diner air. Folded napkins sit beside the sugar holder. Small, ordinary details always feel steadier. During the quiet hours before dawn, the old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems interested in rushing time forward anymore. Night stretches gently through the room. The woman near the coffee machine remains, quietly seated beneath the warmer counter lights, hands still resting around the ceramic mug. Soft reflections move gently across the curved surface beside her. Outside, snow gathers steadily along the roadside shoulder near Route 9. Headlights pass only occasionally beyond the diner lot now. Long stretches of darkness settle quietly between each vehicle. The dim light above. Booth 3 reflects softly across the polished tabletop. Warm glow reaches partway across the booth cushions beside the wall. Shadows remain calm near the lower corners beneath the seat. Everything feels settled into place there. The waitress near the counter wipes down another section of surface beside the register. Fresh mugs dry upside down near the warmer. Porcelain catches pale yellow reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner carries the same familiar overnight comfort. The truck stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the snowy darkness. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises gently above the pavement, then disappears softly into the colder night air. One truck moves slowly through the lot near the fuel pumps. Ember side markers glowing through the drifting snow. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint, distant hum, then fades again beyond the winter highway. Inside the diner, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly across the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Everything near the back booths feels slower and calmer now. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the windows. Older heating systems always seem steadier during snowy nights, their quiet hum blending naturally into the warmth of the diner. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound moving gently through the room beneath the vent fans. Nothing inside the diner feels sharp or demanding. Only steady, calm presence during the final dark hours before dawn. Near booth 3, one traveler leans back quietly against the seat cushions while holding a warm coffee mug with both hands. Road fatigue settles slowly from tired shoulders beneath the softer hanging light. Snow continues drifting beyond the windows nearby. Everything outside the booth feels farther away now. Older roadside diners always seem comforting during winter nights because they stay awake without asking anything from people. Warm lights remain on, coffee stays brewing. Booths remain waiting quietly beside snowy highways. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for morning to arrive too quickly. Near the entrance, snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture, little by little across the tile floor. Streetlights outside appear dimmer, now beneath the snowfall. The waitress carries another fresh coffee pot through the booths. Steam curls softly upward beneath the hanging lamps. Glass reflects warm pieces of the room while she walks. Pie case glow, counter lights. Chrome stool edges moving gently across the curved surface. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along the edge of Route 9. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road. Headlights appear quietly through the winter darkness now and then disappear softly beyond the roadside trees. And beneath the dim light over booth 3, warm coffee, soft heater air, low kitchen sounds, and familiar overnight comfort continue carrying gently through the calm, snowy hours before dawn. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final overnight hours. Above the front entrance, near the coat rack, a small metal doorbell hangs beside the frame. Old brass edges catch soft reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Every time the diner door opens, the bell gives a quiet, familiar sound through the warm air. Not loud, not sharp, only a gentle metal tone drifting naturally across the room. Older roadside diners always seem to carry sounds like that through the night. Doorbells, coffee pouring, soft heater hum. Little things becoming part of this steady overnight rhythm. Outside the windows, Snow continues gathering along the roadside shoulder near Route 9. Fresh tire tracks remain dark against the pale pavement edges. Headlights pass only occasionally through the winter darkness beyond town. Inside the diner, the booth beneath the dim light near booth 3 remains warm and comfortable. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins. Steam rises faintly into the warmer diner air. Everything near the windows feels calm and protected from the weather. Outside, the old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems focused on time anymore. Night stretches gently through the room. The waitress near the counter refills sugar holders beside the coffee station. Packets slide softly against the glass containers. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lights. Everything inside the diner feels settled into familiar routine. The bell above the entrance rings quietly when another traveler steps in from the snowy highway. Cold air drifts briefly across the tile floor near the doorway, along with the faint smell of snow and diesel from Route 9 outside. Then warmth settles naturally back into place after the door closes. Heavy winter coat carries traces of the cold road for a few moments. Snow melts slowly near the boots beneath the hanging lamps. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little. The woman near the coffee machine remains, seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands still resting around the ceramic mug. Steam curls softly upward through the calm diner air. Ordinary human presence always seems steadier during winter nights like this. Soft radio. Music continues drifting faintly from the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the low hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed or demanding. Only calm, steady warmth through the snowy overnight hours. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the winter darkness. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises gently above the pavement, then disappears softly into the colder night air. One truck moves slowly through the lot near the fuel pumps. Amber side markers glowing through the snowfall. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint, distant hum, then fades beyond the snowy highway once more. The doorbell rings again when someone leaves. The diner carrying a paper coffee cup beneath a heavy coat. Soft metal sound drifts gently across the booths, then settles naturally back into the warmth of the room. Older bells always seem calmer than electronic sounds. More patient somehow, small familiar noises belonging to warm places beside long roads, near the back windows. Condensation shifts slowly across the glass beside the old heater vent. Snow continues drifting beneath the parking lot lamps outside. Everything beyond the diner feels softer beneath the weather. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow beneath the dim hanging lamp. Road fatigue settles slowly from tired shoulders beneath the steady diner warmth. The old heater beneath Booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted windows. Older heating systems always seem to sound gentler during snowy nights, especially once conversations grow quieter near morning. A spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the front counter. Someone folds a scarf slowly beside the entrance booth. Low conversation drifts gently through the diner, then settles naturally back into the softer overnight atmosphere again. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for dawn to arrive too quickly. Outside the windows, snow gathers steadily along Route 9. Road signs beyond the parking lot remain quiet beneath the weather. Truck stop lights glow softly across the road. And inside the warm overnight diner, beneath the hanging lamps, the small doorbell above the entrance continues, carrying gentle, familiar sound through the calm winter hours before morning. Snow continues, drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road still glow quietly through the winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final overnight hours. Near the windows beside booth 3, the darkness outside begins changing very slightly. Not brighter yet, only softer somehow. Like the night air beyond the glass has started loosening its deeper shadows. A faint hint of blue rests low beyond the snowy roadside fields near Route 9, barely visible behind the drifting weather. Though enough to change the feeling outside the diner, windows little by little, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises faintly into the warmer diner air. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb the calm arrival of early morning. Outside, snow gathers steadily along the roadside shoulder. Headlights still pass only occasionally through town, though the road no longer feels quite as dark as it did earlier in the night. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain catches soft reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner feels settled and unhurried. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the snowy fields. Rows of trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the cold morning air, beginning to form beyond the highway. One truck pulls slowly toward the road near the edge of the lot. Amber side markers glowing through the snowfall. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum. then fades softly beyond the winter highway curve. Near the windows, the faint blue color beyond the glass grows slightly wider across the lower sky. Street lights along the roadside still glow warmly beneath the weather, though their reflections no longer appear as sharp against the snow-covered pavement. Night always changes quietly during the final stretch before dawn. No sudden shift, only small differences appearing slowly through the dark. Inside the diner, soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the low hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the room feels rushed. Only steady, calm warmth beside the snowy road. The woman near the coffee machine remains, seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands still resting around the ceramic mug. Coffee warmth lingers gently through the counter area, while the sky outside softens little by little. The truck driver near the corner booth closes, his book again beneath the dim hanging lamp. One hand rests loosely around the coffee cup. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the windows near the back wall. The old heater beneath. Booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler during the first quiet signs of morning. Spoon touches lightly against ceramic near the counter stools. Someone folds a road map slowly beneath the hanging lamps. Low conversation drifts gently through the diner, then settles naturally back into the warmth again. Outside the diner, road signs near the intersection stand quietly beneath the snowfall. Metal posts catch pale reflections from passing headlights. Fresh snow gathers more evenly along the roadside edges now. The faint blue beyond the windows slowly spreads farther across the distant sky. Still dim, still quiet, though enough to soften the heavy darkness over the open fields beyond town. Inside, the smell of fresh coffee remains steady near the warmer. Kitchen lights glow softly behind the pie case. Steam rises gently from mugs resting beside folded napkins and sugar holders. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and familiar. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager for the night to end too quickly. Outside the windows, snow continues drifting along Route 9. Truck stoplights remain glowing across the road. Street lights fade softly beneath the changing sky. And beyond the warm diner glass beneath the falling snow, the first faint hint of blue begins settling quietly into the long winter morning ahead. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Truck stop lights across the road still glow through the fading winter darkness. Inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final moments before sunrise. beyond the counter near the grill. The kitchen moves slowly beneath the warmer lights. Steam drifts faintly upward near the sinks. Clean plates rest in quiet stacks beside the warmer. Everything behind the swinging doors feels softer during these early morning hours. The cook wipes down another section of metal counter with slow, familiar movement. Cloth slides gently beneath the kitchen lights. Nothing hurried, nothing loud. Only ordinary work continuing through the fading overnight stillness. Older diner kitchens always seem calmer before sunrise. Long nighttime routines beginning to ease toward morning. Coffee still brewing, breakfast still cooking. Though the deeper overnight quiet has already started changing little by little, near the windows beside booth 3, the faint blue beyond the snowy roadside fields grows slightly clearer now. Darkness outside no longer feels as heavy as it did earlier in the night. Streetlights still glow warmly beside Route 9, though their reflections look softer against the snow-covered pavement. Inside the diner, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers gently along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises faintly into the warm diner air. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb the calm feeling of the last quiet overnight hours. The waitress near the coffee station stacks fresh mugs beside the warmer. Porcelain touches softly together beneath the hanging lamps. Fresh coffee continues brewing nearby. Steam curls gently upward through the warmer kitchen air. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the snowy fields. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lights. Exhaust vapor rises softly into the colder morning air beginning to form above the road. One truck pulls slowly toward the highway exit near the edge of the lot. Amber side markers glowing through the snowfall. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades softly beyond the winter road curve. Inside the kitchen, warm pancake smell still lingers near the grill beneath the vent fans. Coffee warmth gathers more heavily near the counter area. Simple breakfast smells always seem comforting during snowy mornings before sunrise. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book again beneath the dim hanging lamp. One hand rests around the coffee mug outside the windows. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the parking lot lights. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem to sound steadier during a final stretch before morning. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the vents and coffee machines. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed. Only calm, steady movement through the fading overnight hours. Near the front entrance, snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little across the older tile floor. Street lights outside the diner. Windows appear dimmer beneath the softening sky. One waitress folds clean towels near the back counter while the cook stacks another row of plates beside the warmer. Kitchen lights reflect softly across the polished metal surfaces. Steam drifts gently through the room beneath the vents. Everything behind the counter carries the quiet rhythm of familiar overnight work. The faint blue outside the windows grows slightly wider across the snowy roadside fields. Dark tree lines beyond Route 9 become easier to see now, though the world still feels calm and half asleep. Beneath the snowfall, the woman near the coffee machine remains quietly seated beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug, coffee warmth lingering softly through the counter area. While early morning slowly approaches outside, the old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems ready to let go of the overnight calm just yet. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along Route 9. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road. Street lights fade gently beneath the changing winter sky. And inside the warm diner kitchen behind the softly lit counter, slow movement and familiar overnight routine continue carrying peacefully into the quiet hours before sunrise. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Though the darkness outside has begun softening toward early morning, inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final moments before dawn. Near the counter warmer, fresh coffee pours slowly into another thick ceramic mug. Steam rises gently beneath the hanging lamps. Warm smell spreads naturally through the diner once more. Coffee always seems quieter during the last cup before morning. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beside folded napkins beneath the dim hanging lamp outside the windows. Snow continues drifting through the fading night, the faint blue beyond. Route 9 grows wider across the snowy roadside fields now. Dark tree lines beyond town become easier to see. Street lights still glow softly beside the highway, though their reflections no longer stretches brightly across the snow-covered pavement. One traveler near the front booth wraps both hands around a fresh coffee mug. Warmth settles slowly into tired fingers. Long winter roads always feel farther away once coffee and heat finally reach through the cold. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to hurry the morning forward. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed or demanding. Only steady, familiar comfort during the quiet winter dawn. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 remain glowing through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the colder morning air forming above the road. One truck pulls slowly toward the highway, entrance beyond the lot. Amber side markers glowing softly through the drifting weather. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades quietly beyond the snowy roadside fields inside the diner. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the room feels settled into calm overnight routine. The truck driver near the corner booth closes his book once more beneath the dim lamp. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow. Outside the windows, snow continues drifting softly through the parking lot lights. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler during the first quiet signs of morning. Near the front entrance, snow melts slowly from the edges of heavy boots beside the coat rack. Warm indoor air dries the moisture little by little across the tile floor beneath the hanging lamps. Street lights outside continue fading softly beneath the growing morning sky. The woman near the coffee machine remains, seated quietly beneath the warmer lights. Hands resting around the ceramic mug, steam rising softly through the calm diner air, while the world outside slowly brightens. The faint blue beyond, Route 9 grows lighter now. Snow-covered fields beyond town begin showing more shape beneath the morning sky. Road signs near the intersection stand quietly beside the highway. Metal posts catching pale reflections beneath the snowfall. Inside the diner, warm coffee cups rest quietly beside folded napkins and sugar holders. Pancake smell still lingers faintly near the grill. Kitchen lights glow softly behind the pie case. Everything inside feels grounded and familiar against the cold morning outside. One traveler near the front counter folds a road map carefully before placing it beside the coffee mug. Road fatigue settles gently beneath the diner warmth. Long overnight drives always seem softer once morning begins reaching the windows. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems ready to disturb the calm stillness surrounding the room. Outside the windows, snow continues drifting along Route 9. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road. Headlights move quietly through the softening winter dawn. And inside the warm overnight diner beneath the hanging lamps, the last cups of coffee before morning carry steady comfort through the fading darkness. Before sunrise, Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Though the sky outside no longer carries the deep darkness of midnight, inside the diner, warmth settles deeply through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final quiet stretch before morning. Beyond the windows, the faint blue above the snowy roadside fields grows softer and wider now. Tree lines near the edge of town become easier to see through the falling snow. Street lights continue glowing beside Route 9. Though their light no longer reaches as strongly across the pavement, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now into the warmer diner air. The old clock above the pie case moves softly into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems interested in disturbing the calm feeling surrounding the room. The waitress near the coffee station folds another clean towel beside the warmer. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee continues brewing quietly nearby. Everything inside the diner feels settled into familiar overnight comfort. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 remain glowing through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the cold, morning air beginning to brighten above the road. One truck moves slowly toward the highway exit beyond the lot. Amber side markers glowing softly through the drifting snow. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint distant hum, then fades quietly beyond the winter roadside fields. The long night feels softer now inside the diner, not ending suddenly, only settling gently into the first calm signs of morning near the front booths. One traveler leans back quietly while warming both hands around the last fresh coffee refill. Heavy winter coat hangs beside the booth wall. Snow melts slowly near the boots beneath the hanging lamps. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the low hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the room feels rushed. Only calm, steady warmth during the fading overnight hours. The truck driver near the corner booth closes, his book once more beneath the dim hanging lamp. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow. Outside the windows, snow continues drifting softly through the parking lot lights. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly again. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler during the quiet moments before sunrise. Near the entrance, the small metal bell above the diner door remains still for long stretches now. Fewer travelers arrive during these final overnight hours. Roads outside feel quieter beneath the snowfall. One waitress wipes down another section of counter near the pie case. Glass reflects soft yellow light across the polished surface. Cherry pie still rests beneath the warmer bulb. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and familiar against the cold morning outside. The faint blue sky beyond Route 9 continues growing brighter little by little. Snow-covered fields near the edge of town become clearer through the drifting weather. Road signs beyond the parking lot stand quietly beneath the pale winter light. Inside the diner, coffee warmth settles steadily through the booths. Pancake smell still lingers faintly near the grill. Kitchen lights glow softly behind the counter. Everything continues with the same calm overnight rhythm, even while morning slowly approaches. The woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug, steam rising softly through the calm diner air while the world outside grows lighter. One traveler near the front counter folds a scarf carefully before slipping it into a coat pocket. Slow movement beneath the hanging lamps. No hurry, no pressure. Only tired people resting quietly beside the snowy highway before continuing onward. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the warmth too quickly. Outside the windows, truck stoplights remain glowing across Route 9. Snow continues drifting softly along the roadside shoulders. Headlights move quietly through the pale winter morning beginning beyond town, and inside the warm overnight diner beneath the hanging lamps. The long winter night finally settles gently into calm before sunrise. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Morning light grows slowly across the winter fields beyond town. Inside the diner, warmth settles gently through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell still lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, quiet rhythm of early morning after a long winter night. Near the front windows beside the old heater vent, one booth now sits empty beneath a dim hanging lamp. Coffee cup has already been cleared from the table. Only folded napkins and faint warmth remain. Near the seat cushions, the booth still carries traces of somebody resting there during the overnight hours. Heat lingering softly in the vinyl near the wall. Chair slightly turned beneath the table. Window glass still fogged gently from the warmth inside against the cold snow outside. Older roadside diners always seem to hold on to quiet presence for a little while after people leave. Warmth remains. Coffee smell lingers. Soft impressions stay behind in calm, familiar ways. Outside the windows, snow continues gathering along the roadside shoulders near Route 9. Headlights pass less often now beneath the pale morning sky. Long stretches of quiet settle softly between the occasional vehicles moving through town. The old clock above the pie Case moves gently into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems concerned about time moving forward. Morning arrives slowly here. The waitress near the counter wipes down another section of surface beside the coffee station. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lights. Everything inside the diner feels softer during these early morning hours. Near the empty booth, condensation shifts slowly across the lower corners of the window. Snowflakes drift quietly through the parking lot lights outside. Truck stop glow across Route 9 remains faintly visible through the winter air. The old heater beneath the windows hums steadily beside the empty booth. Warm air continues drifting upward along the glass. Older heaters always seem calmer once the deeper overnight rush finally fades away. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the vents and coffee machines. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed. Only slow, steady comfort during the quiet winter morning. One traveler near. The counter folds a newspaper carefully beside a half-finished coffee cup. Heavy coat hangs near the stool beneath the warmer lights. Snow melts slowly from the edges of the boots. Resting near the footrail, the truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed now beneath the dim lamp. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow, outside the windows. The snowy roadside fields beyond Route 9 grow clearer beneath the softening sky. The empty booth near the window remains untouched for now. Warmth still lingering softly near the seat cushions. Table surface reflecting pale yellow light beneath the hanging lamp. Everything there feels calm and settled. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 continue glowing through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the cold, pale morning air above the lot. One truck pulls slowly onto the highway beyond the intersection near town. Amber side markers glowing softly through the drifting snow. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a faint, distant hum, then fades quietly beyond the winter road curve. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to break the calm atmosphere surrounding the room. Near the entrance, the small metal bell above the door remains still for longer stretches now. Fewer travelers arrive during these early morning hours. Roads outside feel softer beneath the snow-covered sky. The woman near the coffee machine sits quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug, steam rising faintly into the calm diner air while morning slowly grows outside the windows. Kitchen sounds drift gently from behind the counter. Water running softly near the sinks. Coffee brewing again beside the warmer. Clean plates settling quietly beneath the kitchen lights. The empty booth beside the window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation still gathers softly along the glass. Snow continues drifting beyond the parking lot lights. Truck stop glow remains steady across Route 9. And inside the warm roadside diner beneath the hanging lamps, lingering warmth and early morning quiet settle gently through the room after the long winter night. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Though the night outside has nearly softened into morning now, inside the diner, warmth settles gently through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of early morning after the long winter night. Beyond the windows, near the front booths, a pale winter light begins spreading slowly across the snowy roadside fields. Blue-gray sky stretches softly above the dark tree lines beyond town. Street lights along Route 9 still glow faintly, though their warmth fades little by little against the growing morning light. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now into the warmer diner air. Outside, fresh snow gathers along the roadside shoulders near the intersection beyond the parking lot. Road signs stand quietly beneath the pale winter sky. Metal posts catching softer reflections now from the fading streetlights. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb the calm. Feelings settling through the room. The waitress near the counter wipes down another section of surface beside the coffee station. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lights. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and familiar. The trucks stop across. Route 9 remains bright against the snowy fields. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises softly into the pale morning air above the lot, then disappears gently into the drifting snowfall. One truck moves carefully along the highway beyond town, amber side markers glowing faintly through the weather. Tire sound reaches the diner only as a soft, distant hum, then fades quietly beyond the snowy roadside curve. The pale light beyond. Route 9 continues spreading slowly across the fields. Snow-covered fences near the edge of town become easier to see now. Dark tree branches stand more clearly against the softer morning sky. Everything outside the windows feels calmer beneath the fading night atmosphere. Inside the diner, the old heater beneath booth 6 hums steadily beside the windows. Warm air continues drifting upward along the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler. Once morning begins reaching the windows, soft radio. Music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the vents and coffee machines. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed. Only steady, calm comfort beside the winter road. The woman near the coffee machine remains, quietly seated beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug. Coffee warmth lingering softly through the counter area, while the sky outside brightens little by little near the front entrance. The small metal bell above the diner door remains still for long stretches now. Fewer travelers pass through during these quiet early morning hours. Roads outside feel softer beneath the snow-covered sky. The truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed beneath the dim hanging lamp. Coffee cup remains warm beside one elbow outside the windows. The pale morning light continues growing across Route 9. One traveler near the counter folds a scarf carefully before slipping it into a coat pocket. Slow movement beneath the hanging lamps, no hurry. Only quiet people resting beside the warm diner windows while morning arrives. Outside, the old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Secondhand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the overnight calm behind too quickly. Outside, street lights fade more softly now along Route 9. Snow continues drifting across the roadside shoulders. Truck stop lights remain glowing across the road, though the pale winter sky has begun overtaking the darkness above the highway. Inside the diner, kitchen sounds drift gently from behind the counter. Water running softly near the sinks, fresh coffee brewing beside the warmer. Clean plates settling quietly beneath the kitchen lights, the empty booth near. The window still carries lingering warmth beside the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly along the glass. Snow continues drifting beyond the parking lot lights. And across the pale winter morning beginning beyond Route 9, the long overnight atmosphere settles gently into quiet daylight while the diner remains warm and softly awake. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily beneath the parking lot lamps along Route 9. Though the darkness outside has almost completely softened into morning now. Inside the diner, warmth settles gently through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of the final quiet minutes before sunrise. Beyond the windows, the pale winter sky spreads farther across the snowy roadside fields beyond town. Dark tree lines no longer blend fully into the night. Snow-covered fences near Route 9 appear softer beneath the growing morning light. Street lights along the highway still glow faintly, though their yellow reflections fade gently across the snow-covered pavement now. Morning slowly overtakes the overnight world without hurry. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly into the warmer diner air. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute. Secondhand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb. The calm feeling surrounding the room, the waitress near the counter folds another clean towel beside the coffee station. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lights. Everything inside the diner feels settled and familiar. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 remain glowing through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers sit quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises softly into the pale winter air above the lot, then disappears gently into the brightening sky. The overnight world feels quieter now, not because sound has vanished, only because morning softens everything little by little. Snow continues drifting across the roadside shoulders. Wind moves gently through the metal road signs beyond the parking lot. Headlights pass less often through town beneath the pale winter sky. Inside the diner, soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the room feels rushed. Only calm, steady comfort during the final moments before sunrise. A woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug. Coffee warmth lingering softly through the counter area. While morning continues arriving outside, a truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed beside the coffee cup. Dim yellow light rests softly across the tabletop, outside the windows. The pale sky continues brightening beyond Route 9, near the entrance. The small metal bell above the diner door remains still for longer stretches now. Roads outside feel calmer during these early morning hours beneath the snowfall. One traveler near the front booth leans quietly against the seat cushions while watching the snowy fields beyond the windows. Warm coffee cup resting between both hands. Road fatigue settling slowly beneath the diner warmth. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler during the final quiet minutes before sunrise. The pale winter light beyond. Route 9 grows softer and brighter across the snow-covered fields. Dark roadside trees stand clearly now against the morning sky. Street lights fade little by little beside the highway, their glow becoming smaller beneath the growing daylight. Inside the diner, kitchen sounds drift gently from behind the counter. Water running softly near the sinks, coffee brewing beside the warmer. Clean plates settling quietly beneath the kitchen lights. The empty booth near the window still carries lingering warmth near the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly along the lower corners of the glass. Snow continues drifting beyond the parking lot lights outside. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Secondhand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the overnight calm behind too quickly. Outside, truck stop lights remain glowing faintly across Route 9. Snow continues gathering softly along the roadside shoulders. The pale winter sky stretches gently above the quiet town of Millhaven. And inside the warm roadside diner beneath the hanging lamps, the overnight world settles softly into the final calm. Minutes before sunrise, snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move steadily along Route 9 beneath the fading parking lot lamps. Morning light spreads gently across the winter fields beyond town. Inside the diner, warmth settles quietly through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, steady rhythm of early morning after the long winter night. Near the front entrance beside the freshly cleaned windows, the old open sign still glows softly against the pale daylight outside. Red letters rest warmly beneath the glass. Though morning has already begun reaching the snowy roadside beyond the parking lot. Older roadside diners always seem comforting when their signs remain glowing through sunrise. Like the buildings stayed awake all night beside the highway, keeping warmth and coffee ready, while darkness slowly faded outside. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now into the warmer diner air. Outside, the pale winter sky stretches gently above Route 9. Dark roadside trees stand quietly against the growing daylight. Snow-covered fields beyond town appear softer beneath the morning light. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb the calm atmosphere settling through the room. The waitress near the coffee station wipes down another section of counter with slow, familiar movement. Fresh mugs dry upside down beside the warmer. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and familiar. Across Route 9, truck stop lights still glow faintly through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the pale winter air above the lot, then disappears softly into the brightening sky. The open sign near the front windows glows warmly against the snowy morning outside. Red light reflecting faintly across the glass near the entrance. Though daylight has already begun softening the shadows inside the diner, near the front booths, one traveler quietly folds a newspaper beside an empty coffee cup. Heavy winter coat rests beside the wall near the seat cushions. Snow melts slowly from the edges of the boots beneath the warmer air. Soft radio music continues, drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed. Only steady, calm comfort during the quiet arrival of morning. The woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug, coffee warmth lingering softly through the counter area. While daylight grows beyond the windows, a truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed beside the coffee cup. Dim yellow light rests gently across the tabletop outside the windows. Snow continues drifting along the roadside shoulders near Route 9. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler once the long overnight hours finally settle into morning. Near the entrance, the small metal bell above the diner door remains still for longer stretches now. Roads outside feel quieter beneath the pale winter sky. One waitress folds another clean towel beside the pie case, while kitchen lights glow softly behind the counter. Steam drifts gently upward near the sinks. Coffee continues brewing beside the warmer. Everything inside the diner moves calmly through familiar morning routine. The pale daylight beyond. Route 9 continues growing slowly across the snowy fields. Street lights along the highway fade softly beneath the brighter sky. Road signs near the intersection stand quietly beside the snow-covered shoulders. Inside the diner, the empty booth near the window still carries lingering warmth near the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly across the lower corners of the glass. Coffee smell remains steady beneath the hanging lamps. Everything feels calm and settled after the long winter night. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the overnight calm behind too quickly. Outside, truck stop lights glow faintly across Route 9. Snow continues drifting softly through the pale morning air. Daylight settles gently across the quiet town of Millhaven. And inside the warm roadside diner, beneath the hanging lamps, the open sign continues glowing softly while the long winter night finally gives way to morning. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move gently along Route 9 beneath the pale winter morning sky. Daylight settles quietly across the snowy fields beyond town. Inside the diner, warmth remains steady through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell still lingers beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything carries the calm, settled feeling of a long winter night finally reaching morning. Near the front windows, the old open sign continues glowing softly against the pale daylight outside. Red light resting gently across the lower part of the glass. Though the sky beyond Route 9 has already turned brighter now, the booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now into the warmer diner air. Older roadside diners always seem to hold warmth differently after a long overnight snowfall. Not only heater warmth Something quieter than that. Coffee lingering in the air. Soft lights remaining on. People resting calmly beside the windows while morning arrives outside. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute. Second hand drifts steadily beneath the yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to break the peaceful feeling surrounding the room. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 glow faintly through the drifting snow. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises gently into the pale morning air above the lot, then disappears softly into the bright winter sky. The waitress near the counter wipes down another section of surface beside the coffee station. Fresh mugs dry upside down beneath the warmer lamps. Porcelain catches pale reflections beneath the hanging lights. Everything inside the diner feels grounded and familiar. Soft radio music continues, drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the room feels rushed. Only steady, quiet comfort during the gentle arrival of morning. The woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug. Coffee warmth lingering softly through the counter area while pale. Daylight grows beyond the windows. The truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed beside the coffee cup. Dim yellow light rests gently across the tabletop outside the windows. Snow continues drifting softly along the roadside shoulders near Route 9. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler after carrying warmth through a full winter night. Near the entrance, the small metal bell above the diner door remains still for long stretches now. Roads outside feel quieter beneath the pale, snowy morning. One traveler near the front booth folds a scarf carefully before slipping it into a coat pocket. Slow movement beneath the hanging lamps, no hurry. Only tired people resting peacefully beside warm windows. Before continuing onward, kitchen sounds drift softly from behind the counter. Water running quietly near the sinks. Coffee brewing beside the warmer. Clean plates settling gently beneath the kitchen lights. The empty booth near the window still carries lingering warmth near the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly along the lower corners of the glass. Snow continues drifting beyond the parking lot lights outside. Everything feels calm and settled after the long overnight hours. The pale winter daylight beyond Route 9 continues spreading across the snowy fields beyond town. Street lights along the highway have nearly faded now beneath the morning sky. Road signs stand quietly beside the snow-covered shoulders. Dark roadside trees rest beneath the soft winter light. Inside the diner, coffee warmth settles steadily through the booths. Soft radio music continues drifting through the kitchen. The smell of pancakes still lingers faintly near the grill. Everything inside feels safe, familiar, steady. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to leave the peaceful overnight calm behind too quickly. Outside, truck stop lights glow faintly across Route 9. Snow continues drifting softly through the pale morning air. Daylight settles gently across the quiet town of Millhaven. And inside the warm roadside diner, beneath the hanging lamps, the warmth that stayed through the night continues resting softly beside the windows. While morning slowly begins, snow continues drifting softly beyond the diner windows. White flakes move gently through the pale morning darkness along Route 9. The sky outside carries a softer gray-blue now, though the world still feels quiet enough to belong partly to the night. Inside the diner, warmth remains steady through the booths and counter area. Coffee smell lingers softly beneath the hanging yellow lights. Soft radio music still drifts faintly from somewhere inside the kitchen. Everything moves with the calm, slow rhythm of a place that stayed awake through the long winter. Night near the front windows. The old open sign continues glowing softly against the pale, snowy morning outside. Red light rests quietly along the lower part of the glass, though daylight has already begun settling gently across the roadside beyond town. The booth beside the frosted window remains warm near the old heater vent. Condensation gathers softly along the lower corners of the glass. Coffee cup rests quietly beneath the dim hanging lamp. Steam rises only faintly now into the warmer diner air. The old heater beneath the windows hums steadily through the room. Soft mechanical warmth moving upward beside the booth wall. Older heaters always seem calmer near morning, their sound blending naturally into quiet places where people rest a while before continuing down the road. Outside, snow gathers softly along the roadside shoulders near Route 9. Road signs stand quietly beneath the pale winter sky. Dark trees beyond the fields remain still against the soft morning light. The old clock above the pie case moves gently into another minute, second hand drifting steadily beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems interested in rushing anywhere now. The night already gave way to morning quietly, without anyone needing to notice the exact moment it happened. Near the counter, fresh coffee still brews softly beside the warmer. Steam curls upward beneath the hanging lamps. Warm smell drifts gently through the diner once more. Simple things always seem comforting during winter mornings like this. One waitress folds another clean towel beside the coffee station. Slow movement beneath the softer lights. Porcelain mugs dry upside down near the warmer. Everything inside the diner feels settled into familiar routine. The woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the warmer lights, hands resting around the ceramic mug, warmth lingering gently through tired fingers outside the windows. Snow continues drifting softly along Route 9. The truck driver near the corner booth keeps the book closed beside the coffee cup. Dim yellow light rests gently across the tabletop. Heavy winter coat remains hanging near the booth wall. Everything near the back corner feels calm and protected from the cold road outside. Soft radio music continues drifting faintly through the kitchen doorway. Warm guitar sound blending naturally with the hum of the old heater beneath the windows. Nothing inside the diner feels sharp, nothing hurried. Only steady warmth and quiet overnight comfort. Outside, truck stop lights across Route 9 glow faintly through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers remain beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor rises softly into the pale winter morning air above the lot, then disappears quietly into the brightening sky. The pale daylight beyond the diner windows continues growing little by little. Snow-covered fields near the edge of town become softer beneath the morning light. Fence posts along the roadside appear more clearly now through the drifting weather. Inside the diner, warmth settles gently through the booths and counter stools. Coffee smell lingers beneath the hanging lamps. Kitchen sounds drift softly from behind the counter. Everything feels calm enough for tired thoughts to finally grow quiet. The empty booth near the window still carries lingering warmth beside the old heater vent. Condensation shifts slowly across the lower corners of the glass. Yellow light rests softly across the tabletop beneath the dim hanging lamp. Older roadside diners always seem to hold on to comfort a little longer after long winter nights. Near the entrance, the small metal bell above the door remains still for long stretches now. Roads outside feel quieter during these early morning hours beneath the snowfall. Fewer headlights move through town now. Long spaces of peaceful silence settle softly between passing vehicles. One traveler near the front booth leans quietly against the seat cushions while holding a warm coffee mug with both hands. Road fatigue settling slowly from tired shoulders beneath the diner warmth. Snow continues drifting softly beyond the windows nearby. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues drifting upward beside the frosted glass. Older heaters always seem gentler after carrying warmth through a full winter night. The waitress moves slowly between the booths, carrying another fresh coffee pot. Steam curls upward beneath the hanging lamps. Glass reflects warm pieces of the room while she walks. Counter lights, pie case glow. Chrome stool edges moving softly across the curved surface. Everything inside the diner feels slower now. Like the building itself has settled quietly into the softer rhythm of morning. Outside, the pale winter sky stretches farther across Route 9. Street lights near the intersection fade gently beneath the growing daylight. Snow continues drifting across the roadside shoulders near town. Truck stoplights remain glowing softly across the road, though their brightness feels smaller now beneath the morning sky. Rows of parked trailers rest quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Long roads continuing beyond the snowy fields and distant tree lines inside the diner. Coffee warmth settles steadily through the room. Pancake smell still lingers faintly near the grill. Kitchen lights glow softly behind the counter. Everything feels grounded and familiar against the cold winter morning outside. The woman near the coffee machine lowers her hands briefly from the mug before wrapping them around the ceramic again, warmth returning slowly through the fingers. Steam rises softly toward the hanging lights. Small, ordinary moments always seem calmer after a long, snowy night. The truck driver near the corner booth glances quietly toward the windows. Snow continues drifting through the pale light outside. Book remaining closed beside the coffee cup beneath the dim lamp. No hurry to leave just yet. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continues drifting patiently beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to disturb the peaceful feelings surrounding the room. Near the back hallway, the vending machine glows softly beside the faded floor tiles. Blue light resting gently against the wall near the restrooms. Kitchen sounds drift faintly through the narrow hallway beyond. Coffee brewing quietly somewhere behind the swinging doors. The heater hums steadily beneath the windows. Soft radio music continues drifting through the warm diner air. Snow moves quietly beyond the glass. Everything carrying the same calm, familiar rhythm that stayed through the entire night. Outside, headlights pass slowly along Route 9, far beyond the parking lot. White light moving gently through the snowfall near the roadside signs, then fading softly beyond the winter fields outside Millhaven. The pale daylight continues growing across the snowy ground. Dark tree branches standing clearly now against the soft morning sky. Snow-covered fences stretching quietly beside the highway. Inside the diner, warm coffee cups rest quietly beside folded napkins and sugar holders. Porcelain catches soft yellow reflections beneath the hanging lamps. Everything inside the room feels safe, steady, unhurried. One waitress wipes down another section of counter near the register. Clean cloth moving slowly beneath the lights. Fresh mugs drying beside the warmer. Nothing inside the diner feels rushed toward the day ahead. Near the front windows, the open sign still glows softly against the pale, snowy morning outside. Red letters remaining warm beneath the glass. Older roadside diners always seem comforting when their signs stay lit through sunrise. Like small islands of warmth beside long winter highways, the empty booth near the window remains untouched. Lingering warmth still resting softly near the seat cushions. Condensation shifting slowly along the lower part of the glass. Snow drifting quietly beyond the parking lot lights outside. The old heater beneath booth 6 clicks softly once more. Warm air continues rising beside the frosted windows. Older heating systems always seem colder once the deepest part of night has passed. Soft radio. Music drifts faintly through the kitchen doorway again. Warm guitar sound, blending naturally with coffee machines and vent fans. Nothing demanding attention. Only quiet sound filling warm space. Beside snowy roads, the woman near the coffee machine remains seated quietly beneath the hanging lights. Hands resting around the ceramic mug. steam rising softly through the calm diner air. Outside the windows, morning continues, arriving slowly across Route 9. The pale winter sky stretches wider now above the roadside fields beyond town. Snow continues drifting softly through the lighter air. Street lights along the highway nearly disappear beneath the growing daylight. Truck stop lights across the road still glow faintly through the snowfall. Rows of parked trailers resting quietly beneath the canopy lamps. Exhaust vapor drifting gently upward into the pale sky above the highway. Inside the diner, kitchen sounds drift softly from behind the counter. Water running quietly near the sinks. Coffee brewing beside the warmer. Clean plates settling gently beneath the kitchen lights. The truck driver near the corner booth remains quietly seated beneath the dim hanging lamp. Book closed, coffee cup warm beside one elbow. Road weariness finally softened beneath heater warmth and the steady overnight calm. Near the entrance, the small bell above the door remains still again. Roads outside carrying only occasional travelers through the snowy morning. Long quiet stretches settling naturally around the diner beside Route 9. The old clock above the pie case reaches another quiet minute. Second hand continuing its patient movement beneath the warm yellow lights. Nobody inside the diner seems eager to move too quickly. Everything remains soft, warm, steady, snow drifting quietly beyond the windows. Coffee warmth lingering through the booths. Soft radio music carrying gently through the kitchen air. The heater humming beside the frosted glass. And the long winter road finally growing distant beneath the pale morning sky. Warm light remains steady beneath the hanging lamps. Coffee cups rest quietly near folded napkins. Snow continues drifting softly outside the windows. And inside the calm roadside diner beside Route 9, the quiet warmth before sleep settles gently through the final peaceful moments of the long winter night.